Now it should be working. I can hear it on my end. You should be able to hear me now, and if you can't, let me know. My assistant decided to walk across the keyboard, and he managed to disable he disabled the audio input capture USB card. So that's exactly what happened. Now, again, this is the reason why I don't like to start my videos with my little buddy Milton, because he has a very amazing way of messing things up. And I don't think he does it on purpose. I really don't think that Milton was planted by the vegans. You know, I could imagine a vegan throwing him out the window of the car so that way Rick would pick him up, or the neighbor would pick him up and then give it to Rick. That's not even a possibility. It might make an interesting story, but obviously it is not the issue. Anyway, now we can get started. I can hear myself good on this end. If you hear me good, I see many comments here. Let me switch back to the other. Okay. I hope that's working now. I must have a loose connection. Oh my goodness. All right. I have got to come up with a better setup, something that is cat proof. All right, let me go back to the list here. Let me go to the bottom, make sure that I actually have audio again. That's kind of a nice thing here. Okay, can hear you. All right, now you know what? I'm going to start all over because I got to watch this display. I don't know if I have a loose connection. And I'm going to explain to you what has happened. Okay, sound is on, but is kind of distant now. All right, let me crank this baby up. How about now? Does that sound any better? It should be louder. Some background noise. Oh boy. All right. I tell you what, let me turn this down a little bit and turn this up. How's that? Does that sound any better? Okay. How is that? Let me know. No sound sucks. All right. Do I have sound right now? Yes or no? Please let me know. I have the chat up live. Tell me. Do I have sound? Okay, good. So the sound is immaculate. Now I got to watch that display. And let me go back through the comments. We have plenty of time. You took your time to be with me. I have no problem taking my time being with you. All right. And the great thing about this is that we can kind of help each other out, and that's really nice. Okay, now, this was back when we originally had no sound. And then, okay, Jiffy said good morning. And then the sound came back. There you are. Milton strikes again. Well, he did his damage. Hit that like button, Galveston County Mike. Yes, please do. Sound is okay. And then I guess somehow it just went bad. See, no sound again. All right, no big deal. Milton's Law, if I can disrupt something, I will. Well, I put Milton out because of two reasons. One, he decided to play with my setup while I was setting it up. I figured I'd let him in here. I'd hit the video with the music on, and Milton would be sitting next to me with his cute little face and, you know, pretty eyes and just being real nice. Well, after he tortured me, then I noticed also Milton has picked up fleas, and I haven't had the time to get rid of the fleas. I need to go and get some plant material because there's nothing better for getting rid of fleas than plant material. So since I have to sleep on this bed, I didn't want to have Milton in here and then deposit his fleas, which would then torture me all night. So I'm going to, after this is over and after things settle down, I will attack the flea problem and try to get Milton back, you know, to normal. Now, he's not scratching too much, but again, it doesn't take much. Those horrible, disgusting things. I have no idea why fleas were ever created. Maybe that was an accident. I don't know. They're the stupidest things I've ever seen. But they do make the cat's life a little bit unpleasant. Okay, that Milton. What silly feline shenanigans will he get into next? He's really good about that. All right. And let's see. Audio gone again. Yes. And I fixed that. Good morning, Rick Rating here. We've had some rain during the week, but it's just not normal. In fact, that's another thing I want to talk about is our weather is abnormal, and I have a feeling we may be getting a hurricane this year, which on one hand I welcome because it means more money, but on the other hand, the way my home is, the roof and all that, I may end up basically living in the yard in a pile of clutter, which wouldn't be so good. All right, there we go. And yes, I think you can hear me now. Audio, no audio. Rick went to top of chat. Okay, yeah, audio alert. All right, yes. R-I-C-K, question, apostrophe. Sound gone again. Oh no, microphone. I like your screen pop-ups. Is this a new feature? That is really neat. No, it's not a new feature. What I did, I'm running OBS, and I have on my main monitor the OBS program running. But on the monitor, which is my TV set, I'm running Google Chrome. And Google Chrome has a plug-in where you can pull up the chats as they come in. So I run that separately. Now, I could automate it. I've been tinkering around with the OBS, but the problem is I don't have time to figure it out. I work constantly. I never, I mean, once in a while I get time. And when I do have time to figure it out, then usually somebody calls me or I have other technical issues. So I really don't have enough time to put the two together. If I could set up the scene and make it work, it would be automatically. But for now, I just take the mouse. You can see I have my little cursor over here. And then you go like this. Yeah, when you switch sound one way. No, what it was, I use a USB adapter because this computer is newer. Most of my old computers, they had an audio input, but my friend Russ Mitchell gave me this computer. It doesn't have an audio input. So what I did, I went ahead and I rigged it up with my old USB capture device, and that's where the sound comes from. There's also a video input, which I want to use when I put yard cameras, but again, I haven't had the time to do it, so I'm just doing the best I can. If you get to this post, you've been silent this whole time, so I am working through it. I see sound on the display, and hopefully everybody can hear me as good as I can hear them. All right, so about to throw bacon in the microwave. Well, that's great. Does this live stream come with subtitles? Well, I mean, it could in the future. Okay, all right. So we're going to go through here. He's such a quiet guy. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Now, it was my end. It wasn't YouTube doing it. Rick's neighbors never complain about the noise. I don't think they do. No audio this entire time. I see he scrolled down. I'm just waking up and making coffee. It's Saturday and I took the day off. And let's see. Rick is kind of quiet today. Yes. And the lizard is back. I hear lizard chirping sounds again. I don't know how they get in, but they always do get in. And let's see. Let me see if we can get to the bottom over here and see what we got. All right. Yay, it works. Yes, it is working. Did you talk to Rick? No, he just waved and smiled at me. My gosh, I think he got it. Yes, sound. That is right. It is good now. Okay, now some background noise. It's a sound system. Okay. No sound. All right, sound is immaculate. Good. Blame it on the rain. Yes, yes, yes. The sound is working. Thank goodness. All right. Sound isn't coming from UR8 state. All right. Sounds like the sound isn't coming from your 8 of the art. Okay, you must mean state-of-the-art vintage microphone, but ambient sound. All right. Yes. Immaculate audio, yes. Sea lion, that's right. It doesn't sound like your usual mic. Okay. I got a good place to order meds without a prescription. Okay. Well, that is very good. Unfortunately, I don't have any money at the moment to order anything, so I'm going to have to brew something up like I usually do. Okay, yes, I've seen the flea circus. I think they glue, fleas, cherries, race functionality was the fleas. Yeah, it's like a flea market, You can find everything there. And Erin is here. Good morning. And, she does lives all the time. I hardly ever do a live because I've been busy like crazy. Morning, Tanya. Please share this live stream. All right. I will send you the link on IG. Well, okay. I might be the only person in the world that doesn't use IG. I'm not a social media type person. I guess I'm kind of like Mitch in that respect because Mitch, he loves to use, well, he doesn't use social media, but he loves to use YouTube and he loves to have all the participation. Well, unlike a lot of people on YouTube, you probably noticed that I have caught up with the chat. And that's really, really good because I like the interaction. And that's kind of the reason I'm here. I could make a video, well, if I had the time to sit there, edit the videos together, and my computer would cooperate with me. And, you try to render one of these videos, it takes forever. Every time that I get a little bit of time where I can do something, all of a sudden the phone rings, and then I have people over there wanting service or repairs or whatever. And this past week has been non-stop. Now, first of all, as you know, because of the fact that I didn't want to go into debt, and I never got a master's degree or a doctorate degree. I used to teach at the college, but I was never able to teach full-time because you have to have a leave of master's or more. And today, college degrees are a dime a dozen, as long as you're willing to go into debt, which I was not. The only reason I went to college is because I had scholarships. So when I worked at the college, I worked there from the year 2000 till 2013. My dad died in 2012. I moved in back here around 2010 when my parents started having a lot of health issues. So in the time that I was living here, my work possibilities, I mean, I was working at the college, although it was part-time, and I did work on the side. But as time went on, taking care of dad, then taking care of mom, the amount of time I had for work got to be less and less. So I learned how to live on next to nothing. Because if you have to take care of your mom 24 hours for almost 10 years, you really can't do a lot of side jobs. Now, mom would sometimes be better than others. Some days she was fine. Some days she'd kind of fall asleep and not bother me. And I did install a few central air conditioners. I did some electrical work and some plumbing. And I tried to schedule it in a way that made sense. Um, the only problem is there's just only so much time in the day. Now, where are the rest of my comments? That's interesting. Okay, there we go. This thing sometimes gets a little bit stuck. It's not like a fleas market. No, it isn't. And Aaron's got chicks hatching. Well, that's great. So you'll be having more chickens. You don't have to run around the parking lot chasing the chickens. Let me know when I can mail you a dose. Okay. I do this not for you. I do it for Milton. Well, Milton will appreciate that because he is a little beast. But he's a nice kitty. I really like my kitty. Once I remove Milton's fleas, he will be a regular here. Also, I need to wire my setup permanently. You know, I thought about putting it into a desk, mounting the mixer, hiding all the wires, tie wrapping them, putting some of that convoluted tubing over it, make it a permanent setup. I even thought about putting it on wheels where I could move it around. So I have a few ideas, but I do believe that the morning setup is going to remain. I think this is going to be a permanent part of my life where we have our at least once a week morning. I love the chicks, yes. Okay, so we got everybody saying good morning to each other. Oh, we traded eggs. There you go. I guess sometimes the eggs get sat on too long. They're no good for eating, but they're good for hatching. The colors are so cool. I like the brown ones. Well, that's good. Okay. Now, I don't have my YouTube open here. And, oh, there's Thomas. Hello, Rick. Sorry I am late. No, you're never late here. He had his own live stream, which I said hello, but I couldn't stay because I had to kind of get mine set up. I was trying to make something to eat. And, now this thing it's already getting hot. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the headphones, and I'm sure you can hear me just fine. When you're trying to use headphones, those things are quite large, and they are old. I had someone tell me, why don't you use earbuds? Well, I don't want to look like I have commas sticking out of my ears. I think that looks kind of ridiculous. And besides, I just don't like the look. I'd rather have the real headphones. Now, when I do get my home studio finished, which again, I don't really have the time and I don't really have the money to put into it, but at this point I use a bedroom. I will have as a background a sound insulation of my famous ceiling tiles. I will have my old microphone. I'll have my rotary phone. It's going to be exactly like a 1950s or early 60s radio station. The only difference between mine and the real thing is that there will be no ashtrays and no cigarettes. Okay, so what do we have here? Oh, right. Thomas, I missed your live. I got up just now. Well, don't worry. I believe he does one every day. And, the reason why we do these lives is not to sell products. It's not to make money. It's just to keep in contact with each other. And this is a really, really fun way of doing it. I mean, I look forward to it. And I can tell you right now, I am not 100% today. I'm not really tired, but I had to deal with some kind of a cold, which I had on Wednesday, and I'm still feeling a little bit of the residual effects. And I'll explain to you what I did during the week. So anyway, Elaborate says, have you ever considered working full-time as self-employed AC tech? Well, sure, but the problem is the way our wonderful government works, they make it so difficult. If you want to legally work, you have to get a license, and they won't give it to you unless you work for somebody for 3 years or pay off the right people. So, it's like being an electrician or plumber. I can do all of those jobs without a problem. But trying to legally get into the business is impossible unless you have connections, which is what most people do. Or you do what I do, you do the little handyman work under the table, and that's it, which is fine because most of my money goes to the government anyway in the form of property tax. That's the other reason I want to move out of here more than you can imagine. Yes, you missed out on technical difficulties, but around here, technical difficulties are par for the course. I need to train myself to look at the OBS software and make sure that sound is coming in and everything else is working. All right. Now, mentioning that, I'm going to go to the back of the computer and I'm going to see if there is a loose cable. So let me go ahead and do that and I'll be right back. All right. Nope. Everything appears to be all right. I don't understand why in the world that sound would have gone off. But it's like anything else. If you're aware of it, that's great. Now, the problem is there's a significant delay between the time when I speak into the microphone or do whatever I'm going to do and the time when you hear it. Okay. Now, it's kind of interesting, and again, I'm not going to fault that because it is the nature of the system. If we tried to do this in the old days, we would have to be multimillionaires because we'd have to have a dedicated phone line from the phone company, which would be very expensive, or we'd have to have an actual television transmitter to transmit this information out. And it would be impossible to do it worldwide like we do with the internet. So, but anyway, the video and audio that's converted to digital packets sent over the internet, it can take 3 or 4 seconds to, reach you. So that's okay. Anyway, let's see. All right. Hold on a second. This is interesting. All right. Why is this not working? Hold on a second. Audio device capture. All right. That should be a lot better now. Okay. So let me go through these comments and see. All right. Why is this not working now? Okay. Lewis, long time no see. I love the brown chicks. Okay. Speaking of technical difficulties, I'm sick of all my smart devices being so overly complicated. Thinking of switching to all mechanical timers. Well, guess what? That's what I do. I actually use a mechanical timestamp when I get documents. Everything here, I have electronic devices, yes, but the primary interfaces are all mechanical. And that's what I kind of like here. There was a man who offered $100K to anyone who could prove measles exist. Long story short, he kept his money. That's interesting. Does your camera have a mic? That is what he's picking up now. Okay. Yes. That's right. Okay. That's good. What I did, I had to change the input on the list. I guess when my friend Milton decided to dance on the keyboard, he basically messed with the microphone. Okay, now we're talking. Your cold symptoms can be explained by, the clothing. That's interesting. And Peter says, sound now perfect, Rick. Well, thank you very much. And again, if you don't mention this, I wouldn't know. Now, what I could do is set up another device. I could set up another computer or tablet and have it on YouTube. But the problem is that's going to be a 3, 4, 5-second delay. But I can do that. Maybe that's what I'm going to do in the future. Now, what I would like to do, and as you mentioned, having mechanical devices is good. That would be fantastic because then what I could do is put a VU meter. Remember, A lot of you have the analog meter that tells you the sound level. I'm thinking about doing that with like another device, and then there will be a delay, but at least I can see where it is. I may even hook up an old oscilloscope. I have several of them here, and I could actually look at the sound output coming out, and that would give me an idea. But I hate to say it, technology was pretty much perfected decades ago when it comes to audio. It's just nowadays with digital technology, that gives us the ability to go worldwide, which is really nice. All right, now hopefully we haven't lost too many people. And there goes that lizard making noise again. Hopefully we haven't lost too many people because of my technical difficulties. Let's see what the time is. Oh, it's about 8:33, so about 30 minutes of technical fun, and hopefully I didn't scare everybody out. We need a good oscilloscope video, and it will be coming. Now again, let me explain to you what I've been up to. You probably know it's been about 7 or 8 days since I posted my last video, although I did make a quick video of one of the jobs that I was at. But it is kind of frustrating because on Monday, I didn't have any work. So I thought, okay, this is going to be a quiet week, not much going on. So I got into my living room, started going through stuff. I had some customers I needed to contact. I had stuff I had to order for different jobs. So I figured, you know what? I'm going to make it. It's going to be a very relaxed week. Now, our weather turned to total crap starting last week. We've been having temperatures over 90 degrees, anywhere from 90 to 96 degrees. And with our 70, 80% humidity, it is brutal down here. We have some of the worst, most disgusting weather for at least 6 months out of the year. I mean, it's May. This weather is going to continue till October, June, July, August, September, October. 5 months. All right. 5 months of total horror when it comes to weather. And the only reason why people come into South Florida today is because of the air conditioner. If it was not for the air conditioner, you would only have quacks like me and a few hardcore people that would be willing to sweat it out in front of 2 fans at night where you have to put a sheet over you, and the sheet lifts up in the air from the air pressure of all that fans blowing. The amount of humidity here is mind-boggling. Now today, they build homes with crap like drywall, and they use a lot of particle board and whatever. But those materials, without air conditioning, quickly fail. So a good example would be you have all these high-rises that they've stuffed in downtown. And every time I go there, which isn't that often, it shocks me to see how much they've piled in to what used to be a fairly nice area. It is extremely overcrowded. Traffic is out of control. But imagine, if the power is knocked out down here from a major hurricane for a month, and you have these large buildings with no air conditioning, it's going to be really something, because the humidity and heat are going to load the place with mold and mildew, and you're going to have a multi-billion-dollar disaster. That's what's coming to this area, and all it's going to take is one 1926 style hurricane. When the 26 hurricane hit, we had buildings that had no air conditioning, and I mean they had electricity, but they had windows that would open, which most of the office buildings, none of them have windows that open. And so if water got into the building, the walls were plaster, there was maybe some wood, you might have a little damage. But in most cases, you could simply open the windows and let the sun boil off all that water, and that would be it. So, but today, imagine a building full of carpet and drywall and cheap IKEA-style furniture that's particle board, saturated with water. You've probably seen these videos they put on the internet, people going in abandoned buildings, and you have mold, mildew, and all this stuff in there. Well, that's kind of what the future is here. So when I look at all those buildings, I'm like, wow, that's not good. But anyway, on Monday, when I thought everything was quiet, I got a phone call from one of my customers who had an electrical problem. And ironically, they were trying to go online for some of the remote work that they do, and the power kept going on and off. The computer was acting up. I go in there. I get everything up and running. Everything's fine. I said, okay, let me go to the back there. And, I said, all right. I go into the utility room. I open up the panel, and I smell something like roasting. I'm thinking, what is that smell? Well, it turns out that the Cubano electrician who wired this up, who knows when, probably back in the 80s when they were all on cocaine, this thing had so many loose wires, bad connections, burned out breakers. It was a complete disaster. And, well, that turned into try to fix it. Nope. I ended up replacing the entire panel, shutting off power. It was like a big job. So Monday into Tuesday, electrical work. Well, Tuesday, all right, I'm done with that, get paid for that. I can relax. Guess what? I got another call. And this time is from a customer of mine that said, I have water in my dining room. I'm like, water? So I look in the dining room, there's a little tiny puddle of water. I'm thinking, well, it hasn't rained, so it's not a roof leak. And I look around and I go, all right, what's on the other side of the dining room? Well, the other side of the dining room is a bathroom. And I'm looking in the dining room, and, it's an older house, but it's been trashed. Basically, they did what I call the black, white, and gray no way remodel. Stripped out everything from the 50s and just painted everything white and black and gray. And I'm looking at the wall. I'm thinking, okay, what has changed here? And there's this picture, and I don't remember what it was. It was a picture of some kind of weird modern art copy. A lot of these people today, they go for the minimalist look where you have everything just blank, and then you have stuff. Maybe they love pictures. People buy this artwork and stick it on their walls. Now if you look in my dumpy place, I own 0 pictures. I think that putting art on your walls is stupid, and I won't do that. You'll see things like model cars and license plates and all that hanging around. That's just the way that I am. But most of my walls are covered in bookcases, which means I don't have rooms for pictures. And the only pictures you'll find in my home are pictures of me. That's it. I have some pictures of my parents too, but my parents used to keep pictures of me because I was their favorite son. That's only because I was the only one. And so that's all. You're not gonna, there's a couple of generic pictures that my parents put in this room when I was a kid, and that's it. But anyway, I'm looking at this dining room, and I look at the picture, and I think, could it be that when they attached the picture to the wall, they punctured the pipe? And when I look at the wall, I realize, okay, the sink is over there. They might have run the plumbing from the top instead of the bottom. A lot of these older homes had galvanized pipes, so whoever replumbed the house ran it from the top. Well, sure enough, I said, you know what? Let me take this picture off the wall. And as soon as I took the picture off the wall, it was like a Three Stooges episode. Water started squirting out in a little stream. Well, thankfully, when they told me they had a water leak, I had already figured out where the water meter was. I ran outside, popped the lid, turned off the water meter, and then came the real fun part of the job. Now, whoever installed this picture used a really long drywall screw, and they screwed it in through the wall. Now, originally, the house had galvanized pipe that came through the floor, but when they redid it, they used some kind of polyethylene crap. This, I guess, like a blue pipe. Oh, boy. That's when things got really interesting. So needless to say, I had to cut a hole in the wall. Had to figure out where the pipe was going. Then, they used these stupid, these little crimp fittings. And I didn't have the tool with me, so I had to go back to my house, dig through my stuff to find the PEX tubing tool. Then I had to get fittings. So I ended up fixing this stupid thing. Well, the good thing is it was like a $300 job by the time that I did it. So that little bit of water, it was $300 labor plus materials. That wasn't too bad. Well, on Wednesday, I woke up. Now, I had done a lot of office work, so I picked up some kind of a cold. So I started sniffling and sneezing. I'm thinking, oh boy, I get sick 3 times a year. It's already summertime. It's been pretty hot, so I'm going to get sick. And what ended up happening, I'm sneezing, whatever. So for the first part of the day, I got a headache, don't have a lot of energy, feel kind of lousy. Then I start to feel better. Well, guess what? Somebody calls me up at that time, says, hey, I got a problem. I went to cook in my kitchen, and there was some kind of crackling sound. The stove is going on and off. Okay, so I go there, pull out the stove, and I saw some nasty, and I mean nasty, dirt, German roaches, absolutely awful. And again, not a dumpy house. This wasn't in the ghetto. It was over there by South Miami. And the outlet that it was plugged in was just all covered in dead roaches and all nastiness. Well, I ended up removing the receptacle that went to the stove, the range, and it was shot. Now, thankfully, I had one in my van. I went ahead and changed that. The wires had been damaged because that thing was heating up, so I ended up, the proper way is to remove and replace the entire cable. The problem is it's an older house, and the cable was some kind of weird, like a rubber material. So what I ended up doing, I ended up using rubber tape. I cleaned the wire with muriatic acid and a brush, and probably that much of it was bare. And then I used rubber tape to wrap the wire, and then I used heat shrink tubing over the top of it, which I heated up with a heat gun, and I made it where it was now safe. And I carefully bent the wires, put them back into the box, and screwed it in there along with the new cover plate. So that was good. That was like a little $100 job for somebody that I know, fixed the problem, plus materials. And I think I had to charge him, I don't know what it was, $30 or whatever for the outlet, because I put in one of the Bryant plugs. I don't use that Leviton crap that they sell at Home Depot, because that stuff, it just doesn't hold up. So I try to order the good stuff. I mean, I got a few of them here, actually. When I do my office customers or some of the better customers I have, I use this style regular receptacle. Change this over here. Hopefully the sound, the sound continues. They're made in USA. You have the company, it's either known as Hubble or Bryant. I think they're all made by the same company. But I use good stuff when I do my electrical work. But yes, I got that done. All right. So Wednesday, by the time I did that job, I came back home. I thought, let me work in my yard. Let me see if I can get some work done. But with having that cold, I wasn't feeling 100%, but I did go outside with a Sawzall, cut up some scrap metal. I had a bunch of broken plastic buckets and stuff, so I put all that in the garbage can for the garbage men to pick up. So that's what I did. Now, what else? All right, so I did that. I figured, you know what? I don't feel so great. I'm going to take it easy. But by Thursday, I was feeling better. So what I did next, I went ahead and said, all right, I got some stuff I want to do on the computer. I have a video I want to make. There's actually a couple of subjects, which I'll mention a little bit later. But I had this great idea for making a video. So I started setting it up. I started writing up my outline. And basically what I was going to try to do, there's a lot of these people that have, I don't know what you'd say, longevity. You got that guy, Brian Johnson, that's always talking about he's going to live forever. And I was going to laugh, make a parody video, because if you understand the concept of entropy in physics, no system can last forever unless you keep maintaining it. And basically, the guy doesn't even look that great considering how much money he spends, and then he's trying to market products. So I was going to do that. Well, about, I would say, 9 o'clock in the morning, a friend of mine calls me, a friend of mine that maintains a couple of homes for some wealthy people. He says, the air conditioner is not working in the main part of the house. What's the symptom? Well, it hums a little bit and clicks. And I said, okay, Probably the capacitor. That's what it is. So, and if you've ever seen them, now, in my own home, this is what a capacitor would look like in my central air because it was from 1960. This is actually one of the ones I replaced when I did have central air. Now, as you know, I basically abandoned the central air. I stopped using it in 2020 shortly after my mom died because it was too hungry for electricity. And then I switched over to the so-called mini splits, the ductless AC. So anyway, so I told him what to do, and I told him where to go to the AC supply to get the parts. Well, he took the cover off, told me what size it was. It was a 70 microfarad. It wasn't a 35 or 45, which I have a bunch of those. So I told him, go over here, get it. Well, anyway, he also said the upstairs air conditioner was going on and off. And he says, you know what? I'll pick you up. I'll pay you to fix it. You do what needs to be done. Well, anyway, that means that I had to stop, wait for him to get here. Then he had to drive to Miami Beach. Then we went over there and looked at the air conditioner. Now, we stopped at the AC supply place. We bought the capacitor, which we installed in the main system. It took 5 minutes. The main system was up and running, ran fine after that. The upstairs system, it was basically, he told me that he was blowing out the line. I go, okay, you have a clog somewhere in the drain. Now, if you've ever worked on air conditioners, you know that the drain line, which is also known as a condensate line, it has the water that's absorbed out of the air. And again, you're next to the ocean, so you're loaded with humidity. The water is constantly flowing in there. Now, here in Florida, because the weather is so bad most of the year, it's not like a normal place where the air conditioner would run and turn off and run and turn off. No, the AC here pretty much runs 24 hours a day. It may turn off for a few minutes now and then, but it's running constantly. So water is constantly being pulled out of the air. And what ends up happening is when you have that water, that constant moisture, you have dirt that works its way into the system. Well, who's going to live in there? You're going to have bacteria. You have bacteria and fungi that can live in the line, and they produce what's known as white slime. Well, the slime builds up. It turns the water into jello, and then eventually the water level goes up. Now, air conditioners come with what's known as what is that switch called? I forget. I call it a switch. I'm trying to remember. What do I call that thing? But anyway, I call it an overflow switch. I don't know what it's technically called, but some of them, they usually have like a little float, and there's a magnetic switch inside, or some of them have a micro switch. And when the water level rises up in the condensate tray, it triggers that switch, which then turns off power to the thermostat, and then that allows the air conditioner to shut down. So what was happening is AC would run and shut down. Well, I cleaned out the tray, whatever, and then the AC was working. Well, guess what? We had to babysit the AC, so we're at the house. Hour later, the system shuts off again. Now, I'm one of those guys that when I fix something, I don't assume it's fixed. Unless it is a clear-cut failure, I will go ahead and babysit it. Whether it's an air conditioner, computer, skid steer, excavator, whatever. And generally, when I work on construction equipment, I will operate the machine until I run into a problem. And usually I tell them, an hour of labor is included because I'm going to try this thing out, or I'll have to watch somebody else do it and sit there and wait until the problem comes up. So anyway, it went off again. And I realized, okay, I'm going to have to reset the level because the genius who originally installed the air conditioner, and I won't say who it was, there's like two ports. One on the drip tray is at the bottom. That's where the drain is supposed to go. The one on top of it is where that switch goes. And again, it's overflow switch. I'm not sure what it's called. I guess I'll try to look it up. But anyway, what I did, I found out that's what it was. Then the unit was going off. So I walk outside, and it's a 2-story house, so one of the units is on the roof. I walk there on the roof, and I hear the compressor going like it's loaded down. I go, okay, for some reason, we're not getting enough power. Well, it turns out there's a disconnect outside where you can pull it out when you're servicing the unit. The genius who installed the air conditioner put it too near the refrigerant line, so you can't get the door all the way open. Well, I guess when they were trying to stuff the disconnect in there, they spread the terminals. I didn't have a disconnect box, so I ended up taking it apart, and I used needle nose pliers to squeeze it back together after I turned off the power, of course, and then I got it to fit tightly, but then the unit wouldn't restart, and that's because it was so overloaded, the compressor was just too hot to touch. So what I did, I said, look, I'm going to take off the fan. I took the fan off of the unit, took it completely out of there, got a garden hose, hosed it down, washed all the leaves. I figured I might as well charge them for a cleaning as well. So I cleaned the coils, did all that, and that water helped cool off the compressor. And then finally, I went ahead and I turned the power back on. I tapped it, the relay, and I heard the compressor start. So I said, okay, good. I put the fan back on there, connected all the wires back, picked up my tools, went back in the house, turned on the AC, and it was working. It was cool. I walked outside. It sounded like the compressor was running smooth, so no harm done. So that was done. But, even though there wasn't a lot of work, it was only like a couple $100 job, but it took all day. Because, again, you have to turn it on. You have to diagnose it. I check temperature, that's it. But I called back yesterday. I asked, how is it working? Everything is working perfectly. Air conditioner, no leaks, nothing. Everything's done. But again, I didn't make a lot of money, but I got the job done. And the reason is a lot of the people I work for, I've had long-term work relationships with, some of them for decades. They call me because, number one, they get the best value, and number two, they get the best quality work. And when something goes wrong, like, for example, if I install a brand new air conditioning system, you get a 1-year, no questions asked warranty. If anything stops working, unless you ran into it or broke it deliberately, if anything stops working, labor is free. Materials, that depends. If I made the mistake, I cover the materials. But with all the ACs I've installed, plumbing and electrical, I've never made a single mistake. In fact, one job that I did, it was a house that they were remodeling. And basically, all the work had been done without a permit. So it was a complete disaster. Well, the electrical box started burning. So I went ahead, we changed everything. When they finally did get work done, they had an actual contractor go in there. And they had to do some different jobs. But when the building inspector came and looked, he was actually impressed. He said, what a great job, because most people, when they replace a fuse box with a panel, they just kind of use the old box as a junction box. Well, I cut all that out of there, and I even chiseled into the wall so the new panel was flush and all the conduit fit. And he says, he said, look, I want to know who your electrician is, because whoever did this did a really good job, because they looked and there was no permit for it. But they looked at it and said, well, everything's okay. They don't have to redo it. So I think it is kind of interesting that the work that I do is of the highest quality, and yet it's not the most expensive. So anyway, let me get back to these. Okay, before I hit the comments, that was Thursday. What about Friday? I got a call from a friend of mine who is trying to fix a chain link fence. And I'm thinking, okay, how hard can that be? Well, being 96 degrees in the blazing hot sun, and the whole fence was twisted and covered with vines, and then on top of that, he didn't have enough of the roll, so we had to splice together 3 different rolls. A couple of them were damaged, so it turned into an all-day adventure replacing 100, 200 feet of fence. Lots of fun. And unlike the way I normally do fence with a Bobcat, we were doing it all by hand, so it was just not fun. And because I'd been sick on Wednesday, yesterday I just didn't have the energy, and to this day I still don't have the energy. I feel somewhat quacked. So that's the reason why I may not be my usual energetic self. All right. Now, let me go back to the comments here. Let me see. Oh, boy. And Carnivore Keith said, I still use tube amps when I can. That is correct. A lot of people like them. They say the sound is better. I wouldn't doubt it. And we have 33 in the chat. That's great. Yeah, they are a standard part of my show. It's cold in Ohio. Well, lucky you. The only way we get cold here is if you have a $400 electric bill and you have your air conditioners running 24 hours a day. Do you have ham radio? I'm in the progress of getting my license in hardware. I'm sure you own or came across some. Yes, I've had some ham radio equipment. I have several friends that were into ham radio. I was always going to get into it, but I never did because I figured I would wait until I moved to the country. But I do have a portable set. I have this Icom portable radio that I actually won at the Ham Fest about 20 years ago. Let me see if I could. Oh, this stupid thing here. Hold on. I actually won that. We used to have what was called Tropical Hamboree, which was a ham fest. It used to be at different places. It was at the youth fairgrounds. It was also at the Mahi Shrine Auditorium, which is now replaced by a high-rise condo, like everything else down here. And yeah, so I mean, I was, and again, a lot of people I knew were into it. Now, most of the people I know are now dead because there were older people. That was always sort of older man's hobby, but it does still exist. And if you're going to get the license and hardware, that's great. I think that's awesome because it's one of those things that needs to be kept going. We all rely on the internet now, but the problem is at any time, if we had an EMP, for example, the internet would go down. If you're a ham radio licensee, you're going to learn, I don't even know if they still require Morse code anymore. They used to. But you're going to learn about electronics and, you know, different wavelengths, and you'll be able to maintain your own equipment. And all the ham radio guys, even if you had an EMP, and for those of you that have tube setups, you are EMP proof. There's no way that you can destroy tubes with an EMP. But that's pretty good. I'm glad that you're getting into that. And if you don't know Polish Mike, I don't think he makes too many videos anymore, but he's one of us hardcore carnivores. The ones that are no nonsense, they don't waste their time with silly things like sweeteners and a bunch of salt and electrolytes and all this other nonsense. It's kind of like me. And you can kind of see in his picture how lean he's been gaining mass, so good for him. But yeah, well, I mean, Wisconsin is cold, but the thing is that Wisconsin in the summer is really nice. I mean, it's just beautiful to look at. You see all these open fields. I mean, yeah, you got cities, which aren't great. But yeah, that's pretty nice. I'm now outside with a bag of fresh cooked bacon. There you go. Algorithm is blocking my true comments. You know what? This is what happens to me every time I talk about central bankers or some of the scams that are out there. I'm surprised that it would block it in my chat. That's ridiculous because, well, I might have to find another platform for more open chats. Yeah, they left Miami in 1993 after Andrew. They said it was the last straw of that awful place. And you got to remember, it wasn't as awful then as it is now. I mean, we just had the 1980s drug-fueled real estate bubble. Yeah, awful place. It's pretty bad. And BJ Belgian Carnivore is or was here. Hello? Polybutylene pipe? No, it was polyethylene. The polybutylene, thankfully, has been mostly replaced by now. I don't see it that much. And our friend Mark Harmon was here. Hi, if you're still here, check out his channel. It's another one of those hardcore carnivore beasts. Reminds me sort of like Dr. Sean Baker. And that's a good thing. Yeah. A roach that comes from Germany. Well, German roaches are kind of little, long roaches. They're the most common roaches that you'll see. Kick you and tell you a dirty joke. Well, that's funny. Check out the book, Can You Catch a Cold? I have to look into that. Do those AC pan tablets work good? I have a musty, dirty socks phone when mine starts up, and a guy told me that would cure it. I hate to tell you, but they're more preventative than anything. I know a lot of people that have used them, and they've still had to hire me for a coil cleaning. If you've ever seen what's involved in a coil cleaning, in most cases, you can clean it from the inside, but in some cases, you need to actually get out a torch, remove the coil, take it outside, clean it, and then reinstall it. And I do have acetylene torch that I use for that. But, if you don't have a vacuum pump and you don't know refrigeration and you don't know how to solder, you're going to have to get somebody else to do it. Now, my case, being a poor guy, I do everything myself. If I can't do it myself, it doesn't get done. But not everybody can do that. Yeah, it's a great short series pointing out his fraudulent salesman tendency. Yeah, Brian John scam. I've seen that channel, What I've Learned. I think that guy is into either keto or carnivore diet. No, the relay, obviously, that would be the contactor. But it's that little switch, check valve. It's not that. Good morning, Deborah Wisegal. Glad you're here. The sign of a malfunctioning garden water fountain is one that sounds like a broken toilet. Okay. When you hire non-professionals, that little extra effort to make this right is never done. I hate to tell you that. It's also true with the so-called professionals. I've seen some pretty sad stuff out there. Brian Johnson looks anemic after investing millions into self. Yeah, that's because he stupidly went with the vegan diet. But I guess if you're trying to market a product, vegan is great, because you can get people hooked on ultra-processed crap. Because the thing is, there is no plant material that I know of that you can eat in its raw form that you're going to be able to get much out of. If you're going to use plant material, it has to be processed. Now, for us carnivores, it's processed through an animal. But for non-carnivores, you're going to use a factory to make the stuff even somewhat edible. Fun to listen to because he's so articulate. I don't know. I guess he is, sort of. I find him kind of annoying myself. There's other people I'd rather listen to. I'd rather listen to Dr. Anthony Chafee than listen to him, because Brian is sort of like coming from what he thinks is an expert perspective. Dr. Chafee, he seems to be more of the friendly kind of guy. Good morning, Gemetto48. Rick, a genius in electrical matters. Well, my degree is electrical engineering, so I should know that. Now, Rick looks like a school security guard holding that radio. Well, there you are. All right. I usually just eat ham. I never thought to use it as a radio. Well, ham is like short for amateur radio. If you've ever, if you're not familiar with amateur radio, there's a group called the ARRL or ARRL, Amateur Radio Relay League. They give you all kinds of information that you can use for, getting your ham radio exams. And the government has a licensing process so you can get your call sign. Now, people say, well, in a disaster, you won't need a license. Nobody's going to care. But the reason why you get it, other than trying to be legal, is so that you can meet other people. And then you have your call sign being well known. So that way, when you have a disaster, you're able to contact people. And amateur radio is nice because if you use Citizens Band, you're limited to, 5 watts or whatever. Well, technically, all of us used to go above that. But some of these amateur radios don't have a limit. As long as you don't interfere with other setups, you can set up your Radio Shack and set up your antenna, and you can communicate across the country and sometimes across the world, depending on the ionosphere. And Scooby the dog is here. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Just stopping to say hello. Hope you are doing well. Heading out to walk a dog. Happy weekend. Well, thank you. Happy weekend. I know it's a holiday weekend, so hopefully you'll be able to take some time. And yes, Ellen. You used to see Ellen a lot in Mitch's live stream, but I guess she's been busy working or doing her thing, so you don't see her much anymore. You'd see her up in the corner like you see me in the corner of my live stream. Hi, it's early here. I'm watching, listening. Rick and Quackers. There you go. Our life is frittered away by detail. Simplify, simplify, simplify is a quote by Henry David Thoreau. Okay. There we go. Julie Gem? Yeah, that's right. He is hamming it up. I'm electrical engineer. See, I know most stuff already. Biggest learning curve is the rules and regulations. I'm getting it so I can maintain communication in case of emergencies. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, yeah, see, that's another thing. Not only is he a hardcore carnivore, but he's also an electrical engineer, and he does that work every day, which I don't. You know, I never have had a job that required my electrical engineering degree except for teaching at the college. So that's it. And let's see, I'm still outside with my coffee, ready for coffee talk. Well, this is a coffee-free zone right here, but I know a lot of people do drink coffee as part of their routine, and that's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with coffee drinkers. The reason I don't drink coffee, well, there's two reasons. One, it tastes disgusting. And two, I can't grow it myself. And the rule of Rick's heart attack diet, you eat meat, you drink water, and if you're going to eat plant material, only consume what you can grow yourself. That's it. Okay. And Brian John Scam is constant doublespeak. Yes, he is. I have to admit that. It is absolutely ridiculous that anybody would take any time to listen to what he says because he's full of it. My favorite to listen to besides Rick is Dr. Kiltz. He's such a hottie. Really? So you like short guys, huh? Okay, that's fine. I guess he's doing good for his age. Now, if you're talking about a hottie, you got one right here. Still thriving at 62. That is right. And again, this is what I try to explain to people that I know. You should not be old and falling apart in your 60s. I mean, think about it. We retire people at age 65. Shouldn't you be healthy and strong until you're 65 at least? Maybe 670, 80? I think that, I mean, you could probably remain in pretty good shape until your 80s. Now, unlike a lot of the carnivore cultists, I do not believe that all of us, any of us, are going to live to 120. I believe that the human lifespan has been reduced by generations of poor eating, stress, war, and all the other things, disease. I believe that as people get disease and you build up resistance, it shortens your life. I think the more damage you have to deal with, the shorter your life will be. But I still believe, and this is my belief, that you can be healthy into your 80s, and I believe that most people should be able to live to 90. My grandfather lived to 94. I know several people that have lived into their 90s. You even have people in their 90s like Warren Buffett that do not exercise, do not eat carnivore, do nothing for their health, and they still live. Now, I think he'll be dead in a couple of years because he's decided to retire, and usually when they get ready to retire, that means that they're ready to die. But again, people dying their 50s and 60s, unless you get into an accident or you have some terrible disease, that shouldn't happen. If you get a heart attack in your 40s, that's really bad. Brian Johnson is trying to turn himself into his son, and that is pretty sad. I think he was even taking his blood. He's a vampire or something. Well, he does kind of look like a vampire. He thinks he's going to live as long as one. And Polish Mike says, I joined ARRL also, and I will be getting licensed through them. That's a great move. It's a great way to keep in contact with people. And see, because you're an electrical engineer and you have all that knowledge, this is going to be a lot easier. It's just the stupid regulations and, you know, some of the things that go with that. But as smart as you are, I figure you'll have no trouble getting your license. And I mean, you can put your call sign online so people know who you are. That's really good. All right. Morning, you maggots. 6 a.m. here in California. Well, there you go. Around here, though, we don't have maggots because the ducks eat them all up. Did you ever consider civil engineering or electrical? I kind of did, but I never really, you know, at that point, I had already been in college, and since I knew electrical, that was the way that I kept the scholarship going. Still in bed. Coffee calling me. Well, there you go. Exactly. I'm out of the 95-degree South Florida sun. Now, see, Peter knows this weather is rough. It's something that you just have a really hard time keeping up with. How are you doing? All right. So we have caught up with the comments. That's really good. Okay. Anyway, so that's what my week was like. And I guess today being a holiday weekend for most people, you're going to be able to do some things, maybe have some fun. That would be a great thing. But what can you do? Well, we got more comments. Let's try that here. Yeah. Peter says, Brian Johnson is a real quack. And he's a quack in a not so good way. We're quacks over here, but in a good way. I always call myself a quack because as a carnivore, we're considered to be quacks. Warren Buffett and Donald Trump are always eating duck food on camera. I'm amazed they are alive and energetic as they are. I'm amazed too, because when I look at that garbage that they eat, it really is shocking to me. But again, it's not just what you eat that makes you live a long time. Now, obviously, Warren Buffett and Donald Trump don't look like Anthony Chafee or Dr. Sean Baker or even some of the people that we have right here on the chat. I mean, think about it. Who is the only one in that administration that looks pretty good? It's Kennedy Jr. I've seen him without his shirt. Looks pretty good. Donald Trump doesn't look like that. Warren Buffett doesn't look like that. But it doesn't matter. They're still alive. So the question is it important to look a certain way? Or is it okay just to have whatever, you know? Now, again, when it comes to not looking fit, you can look at me. I'm skinny. You know, no one is ever going to look at me and say, you know, I want to have toothpick arms like Rick. You see, there's nothing here. I mean, it's solid, whatever it is, but there's nothing here that's going to impress anybody, at least right now. But the thing is, I feel really good, and I've been working hard this week, like yesterday, struggling with this fence, pulling out all kinds of things, vines and unloading and loading trucks and whatever. I don't have a problem with that. It works pretty well. I sleep well. I have no issues. I have imperfections. I mean, I got this thing over my eye that I got back when we had the car accident. And, you know, what can you do? An old person is never going to look like a young person. It is absolutely impossible. But the thing is, when you see somebody that's older, that's in good shape and healthy, there is a certain charm to that. And, you know, you could see like a lot of 20-year-olds that look really good. But how many 60-year-olds do you see that look good? Well, there's a couple of them in here, but it's not common. And that's because of the way that, you know, we've been raising people, the way the world works. All right. Now, let's see here. New tech, cell phones, and microwave, etc., I think causes health issues for the future. That is true. I got a phone call from a guy who asked me for help with his type 2 diabetes blood glucose levels. That's good. Doesn't feel like holiday weekend. No, not for me. I got work to do. In fact, after this live stream, I may have to go back and work on some more fencing, which I'm not looking forward to, but what can you do? That is true. You have practical experience you can share. All right. Yep. That's correct. Yep. And he's a good example of that. Health span rather than lifespan. I mean, what good is it to live a long time if you're going to be in a wheelchair or in a nursing home where they have to wipe your rear end? I'd rather be dead. Remember, in the grand scheme of things, our lifespan is really, really small. It's no more than a flea, a fly, or whatever else you may find out there in the wild, which is fine. Okay. All right. Yeah. Talk about your live original. Your name is a mystery. And we have a few people that like to remain anonymous. Pete Hegseth, the alcoholic Secretary of Defense, still looks good, but he is in his mid-40s, I think. Yeah, isn't that the one that has some goofy tattoo on him? And again, I'm not going to criticize the people that have tattoos. I think it's like if you have a nice antique car and you graffiti it up, that's kind of what it looks like to me. But I do know that a lot of people like them. But again, back in the 50s, where I'm from, technically, well, I pretend like I'm from, it was only sort of the people that were in the military, maybe some of the workers and some of the outlaws that got the tattoos. Now it's just common. Enjoy your walk. In this weather, yeah, you're going to need all the help you can get. Yeah. Glucose goes down to 50, 60. He gets dizzy. So that's hypoglycemia. Now, I've had blood glucose about that low when I've tested it just as an experiment. I feel fine. So I don't know. Maybe I'm adapted to it. Trump and Elon eat McDonald's. Gross. LOL. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Speaking of presidential reality show, we have someone who says that he tried to be Ronald Reagan. Rick, I must do a confessional right here. And right now, I had some jelly beans earlier this week, and they were delicious. Please forgive me. I used to hate jelly beans. I hated those nasty little things. They were like some kind of sugary crap with a hard coating and different colors, and they looked like, different colored turds and nasty little things. But wasn't it Ronald Reagan? They used to have a glass jar that looked like a Capitol building, and then he had jelly beans. You know what? Let me check this. I'm just curious. Remember when I was a kid? Let's see. Why is this not working? All right. Let's see. No. Okay. That's not what it was. He had something that looked like a Capitol building. Okay. There's the old actor himself. He must have colored his hair. I can't imagine that have being natural. Okay. They don't really show the jar, but I remember seeing on TV it looked like a little Capitol. Anyway. Okay. Let me go back here. Here it is. Okay. I kind of remember it was like a crystal jar. Yeah, Waterford crystal candy jar. There was one that looked like a Capitol building. But anyway, so that is something that I thought was interesting. All right. Well, hopefully you don't do that again. And if you do, maybe they'll make you president. At this point, making a duck president would probably be an improvement. Okay, getting ready to head out for my walk, just finishing up my coffee. Used to be a drinker, but he's been sober for 2 to 3 years. I know a lot of people that have ruined their lives with alcohol, and the sad thing is that every one of them, even when they quit drinking, they eventually start drinking again. I have a friend of mine that's basically killing himself with alcohol, so, like everything else, you can't let them drag them down with you. If they want to go and fall into a bottle, well, that's all you can do. There's nothing I can do. Addiction is a difficult thing to deal with and overcome, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Did the carnivore police show up? No, they didn't. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Super hot here, 95 degrees and humid. It's horrible. It is horrible. And remember, that's the temperature in the shade. Go in the sun, it's over 100 degrees. Absolutely horrible. Okay. Yeah. I'm looking forward to your 50-60 diner. You will need a jukebox. Great music back then. I actually have an old jukebox, but it was rotted out when I got it. But that's okay. Yeah, once I move, I have my bowling alley and pinball machines and all the other good stuff. That'll be interesting. Well, that's good. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you've taken time. You were a sidekick of Mitch for a while, and I'm sure you'll be back when you have the time. That's true. That's true. And a certain amount of difficulty actually is a good training method for many people. Soon after starting carnivore, I stopped drinking alcohol. Okay. I just feel so much better without it. But I was only a social drinker. That's right. Never liked jelly beans. Stick to teeth. And again, if you want to go like I have since 1986 without going to a dentist, I think the carnivore diet is the best thing you can do. And speaking of dentists, we probably know the rather attractive guy, Dr. Kevin Stock. I haven't seen any videos from him lately. He made a bicycle music video, which I thought was kind of funny. He's the one that all the girls will chase after. But he's a dentist and he's a carnivore and has brought up that the carnivore diet is good for your teeth. Now, my teeth are crooked, broken. That's from being picked on a lot when I was a kid and developing badly on the bottom, but they are pain-free, cavity-free. And again, I haven't had a tooth fall out, and the last time I went to a dentist was in 1986. I don't use fluoride. And the good news is they're not going to put fluoride in the water anymore, so I may be able to drink tap water instead of having to collect rainwater, because I'm beginning to wonder if the rainwater is full of chemicals with all the stuff that's in the air. But, I mean, the well water, who knows? But yeah, I brushed my teeth with baking soda and lard. Yes, it was Reagan. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I forgot this was a holiday weekend. I thought it was next weekend. I don't do much for Memorial Day. I'll probably be working on Monday, knowing me. I had some ice cream last night. Haagen-Dazs. Had a massive stomachache that only now gone away. Not going to make that mistake again anytime soon. Ice cream is disgusting. I don't know why anybody likes it. And chocolate is the most sickening flavor I can ever imagine. I don't like anything that's brown that tastes like chocolate. In fact, I don't want to sound bad, but I don't like anything chocolate, period. They're all so delicious. I feel like that guy laying in the gutter with the needle in his arm after eating a handful. Well, then again, if you were on the trending sugar diet, you would probably love to eat jelly beans, because I think jelly beans are pure sugar, aren't they? I haven't tasted one of those things in ages, but I used to hate them as a kid. And I know a lot of times when they had that stupid Easter fertility crap, they would have these baskets with fake grass in it and jelly beans. And they'd give you the jelly beans, and I'd look at these things and like, why are you giving me this? Oh, they're jelly beans. Try them. And you chew into them. The only ones that were mildly palatable were those kind of like whitish or clear ones, but all the colored ones had weird flavors. It was terrible. I was probably the only kid in the world that hated jelly beans. Okay. Only 2 months. He said he's taking a lot less insulin. Well, of course, if you're going to eat the carnivore diet. That heat does sound wonderful to me, though, but imagine later in the day it gets to be intense. The heat is fine as long as you can walk from your air-conditioned car to your air-conditioned home or office. But if you're like me and work outside for a living, it is an extremely unpleasant experience. My sugars got down to 53 and lower, and I was getting the shakes while downstairs, so I had one Oreo. Okay, well, that's because you're diabetic and you had to eat sugar, because when you inject insulin, you can never get it quite right. Sometimes you have to do that. You kind of get used to the heat after a while. No, you don't. I was born and raised in Miami, and I absolutely hate it. Right now, I'm sitting in 68-degree air conditioning in my bedroom with the mini split doing its thing, and I feel absolutely nice. But one of these days, well, later on today, I'll go outside, I'll be sweating it out, and it's really bad. And it's not so much that you're sweating. I mean, that's bad enough. But once you start sweating, your shirt is wet, and I'm one of those people that's more regional than anything. I don't sweat much from the waist down. Not my feet, legs, or any of that stuff. That is not a problem. I'm so tall, I think that I get good, circulation. But it's generally from top of my head down to about here is the worst. So from about halfway up, from right here to here, is just constantly sweating all the time. And once this becomes wet, it acts almost like a plastic bag. It traps the heat in there, and then it works its way down. It's a really unpleasant experience. Now, I do use 2 layers. I have undershirt. Now, these are either cotton or hemp. I think these are actually hemp. And that's what goes underneath my clothes, because if I didn't have the undershirt, the sweat would come through and it would be wet like right here and right here really badly. But this way, I can work. It's not so bad. And again, just being inside is a relief. But I hate being inside because I'm in artificial light, although in here I do have 2 windows, so I have natural light. But when I'm working indoors, and then when I go in other buildings where you have drywall and paint and all that, I tend to get a lot of that, those issues. So anyway, okay, yep. We get acclimated to the cold. Sort of. I like the heat much better. I guess if it got cold here, then I'd probably feel the same way. But the last time it was cold in South Florida, I think was early 2000s. It hasn't been cold since then. It's just been one hot. It's either warm or it's blazing hot. I quit smoking 8 years ago, but lately been craving a Marlboro. I'll never understand how anybody could like smoking cigarettes. They're absolutely disgusting. The smell of those nasty things. And people look stupid. They're sucking on that, It's like, why would you suck on that thing? It's just nasty. Where's Milton? Milton has been banished due to fleas. Interesting. Wow. What is that? I thought somebody was knocking on the door. Oh well, probably just Milton doing his thing. Anyway, I hear Milton meowing. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I didn't know that. I remember in Miami Vice, they used to wear jackets, which I thought was really kind of funny because nobody in Miami would ever wear a jacket. That was the interesting thing. That's right. It was not bad compared to what it's like today. Super built up now and traffic is insane. Miami is a disaster. It's been completely lost. This is what happens when greed and stupidity run everything. The county government here is extremely corrupt. I mean, look at the mayor of Miami. This guy is 100% crook. He even looks like a crook the way he acts. His father was a mayor back in, I think, the 80s. This place is a disaster. It's the most expensive and the most third world city you could ever imagine. It's worse than you can imagine. Now, I'm not saying that Miami is a dangerous place because it's not. Well, some parts of it are, but most of it is not dangerous. And as Peter says, just about everyone in Miami is from South and Central America. Everyone is speaking Spanish and Portuguese. There is almost zero English. If you look at my videos and you see where I'm out and about, nobody ever speaks English. Ever. Okay. I remember that guy. I didn't know that he was going to be on Miami Vice. Love that show. Miami Vice was a great show. Don Johnson. Yep. I think he's still alive, isn't he? I remember that. I bet you most of the places on Miami Vice don't even exist anymore. Thoughts on how Florida outlawed geoengineering? That's a good question. I don't even know how they're going to be able to stop it because I don't think the state actually has jurisdiction over that part of the atmosphere, but at least they're bringing up the issue, which many people have, I don't even know if it's for real or not, but it is an interesting concept. What I'd like to see them get rid of is a property tax. That would cause my living standards to really increase. Anyway. What is that? I think there's a duck out there. Wow. I actually have a duck out in my yard. That's amazing. She's been coming here every few days. I have a feeling that she's probably looking for a nesting spot, and that's usually a good sign because once the ducks come to nest, that's what I like to see. Anyway, all right. So let me double check. Let me see if I can go back over here and see. Okay. Uh-oh. What is going on here? I had... Oh. All right. Let me go back and see if I can figure this out here. My keyboard actually had failed, so I had to take it apart and solder it because Milton had knocked it so many times down. There's a cable that comes in right here, and the strain relief had broken. So I took the keyboard apart, and I cut out the part of the wire that was bad because I had a bad connection, and I soldered it in. Let's see. All right. Okay. All right. Out the part of the wire that was bad because I had a bad connection. Okay, so let's see how many people we have. Oh, we have 39. Not bad. I mean, obviously, we're not going to have the large amount of people that the popular channels have, but we have a few. Let me have some comments here. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. So, anyway, not bad, not bad. Let me go back here. All right. Yes, I see the quacks. A duck back in Rick's yard. Sweet. Yeah, it's a miracle. I hope the ducks stay. My neighbor was just asking me about Carnivore. Well, that's good. Nobody ever asked me about Carnivore. But then again, Miami is a carbivore town. This is not a carnivore town. I just fed my one runner duck. Let's see if she lays an egg this morning. Mm-hmm. They're basically junk, but I don't think there's going to be any flea markets left. What they've been doing here, they sell the flea market, tear it down, and build apartment buildings. The only thing they care about now in South Florida is apartment buildings. There's this massive push because they're exploiting people who want to live here. Yes, there are some people who are so stupid that they want to live here. In fact, I saw on the news recently, there was this guy that he came here and then he explained how bad things really were. And, you know, it's quite funny. Yep, duck and iguana. Cover your car with ash from burnt wood, get rid of the fleas. The fleas don't seem to bother. I mean, they're okay. I use diatomaceous earth, and that sort of gets rid of the fleas, but it doesn't really get rid of all of them. The source of the fleas is Milton, so we'll make sure that I attack him first. Okay. Can you source foods from farmers markets, or is it too expensive? The farmers markets here are basically BS. A lot of them, they just get the same produce that everybody else does. We don't really have that many farms here anymore. There's still a few places that grow mangoes and avocados, but that's about it. But and with my income, again, most of my money goes to property tax, so I just don't have a whole lot of disposable income. When I move and I have a better setup, then maybe I'll be able to do that. But hopefully I'll be able to know the farmers on a one-to-one basis, and I'll just get whatever I want from there. I can buy my animal, process it myself, and who knows? I don't mind trading. A lot of the people that raise cattle, they actually like fruits and vegetables. So if I had a farm where I was growing fruits and vegetables, I'd sell that or trade it or whatever. I don't have any problem, like a landscape nursery, fruit tree nursery, or whatever. I'm not against fruits and vegetables. In fact, I believe that most people benefit from local fruits and vegetables. And this is one of the reasons why I think I am not popular. You'll see me interviewed on different carnivore channels. You may have a few people that want to get me on there because I'm the outlier. But then over time, they just don't do it anymore. They don't mention me anymore. They don't put me on their channel because I'm like the opposite. Well, they want people who are the so-called hardcore carnivore that say it's carnivore or nothing. You're not going to be healthy if you eat anything other than meat. You have the people with the lion diet, which I spell a little bit differently. Lying diet, the lying diet. Because I think a lot of people, it's like the vegans or the cheegans, the cheating vegans. They pretend like they're raw vegan, but they're taking protein powder, creatine, and other supplements, maybe some steroids. So they're not really raw vegan. And I think it's true also with the carnivores. That's what I believe. Okay. Do you read any books, or are you too busy? I'm too busy. I don't have time to read books with the lifestyle that I have. I'm too busy trying to get work done. I don't have time. If I was going to read a book, I'd have to put it in an audio form and listen to it while I do something else. I do have a lot of technical books and manuals and all that, but I don't consider them to be books. And I'm not familiar with any of the books in the diet space. Although there was one book I remember reading as a kid. I think it was called Eat This, Not That. There's a few of these diet books that my dad used to read. But I became so discouraged by the whole thing, I don't even bother. So many sellers at the property tax and home insurance are insane here in Florida. Yes, the problem is property taxes are basically taxes on unrealized gains because in the United States, you are forbidden by law from owning property. All property in the U.S. is owned by the government through the state and the county. Now, when you so-called buy a property, all you do is buy a lease. That's it. If you don't pay the rent, which is a property tax, and that's a percentage, it's usually 2% of the value of the property, which they think it's worth. Now, your home may be the biggest dump in town, but if your neighbor's home sold for $1 million and the other home sold across the street for $800,000, they'll say, well, your house is worth $500,000, even though it's got more termites than wood, and the only thing holding it up is the termites holding hands. And then they say, well, since your home is worth that much, we're going to charge you 2%. We'll come up with some value. Oh, it's worth $500,000. So you're going to pay $10,000 a year for the privilege of leasing it from us. Now, the way around that is actually quite straightforward. If you have a farm, let's say that you owned an avocado grove, a mango grove, or a farmer's field, that land is only worth $1,000 an acre. It's like a friend of mine. He has a 5-acre property that he rents to a nursery. The nursery pays him $1,000 a month. Now, he pays a property tax of $200 a year. That land is probably worth $1 million an acre. So $5 million, they would take 2% of that every year. And you would make nothing out of it. So that's just plain stupid. Now, the smart man, and I know people that have done this, you buy one of those properties, you stick a trailer on there, and even though it's not legal to do so, you have your nursery with electricity, you stick your trailer in there, you dig a hole in the ground, take a dump in there when you have to, and that's it. So that's fine. But yeah, if you did that and see if I had a place like that, the problem is to buy a place like that in this area, you need $5 million, which is crazy. This land was selling for $100,000 an acre 20 years ago, and it was selling for $5,000 to $10,000 an acre 30 years ago. What's happened is all the crypto scammers, the drug dealers, and all the real estate scammers decided that Miami was the place they wanted to be. And people are so stupid, they've actually convinced them that living in a box stacked over hundreds of other boxes is desirable. And not only that, that box is going to be black, white, and gray. So it has no character. So all the boxes look the same. And we're going to put that box with a balcony with a railing with glass in it so you can look out of your box and see all the other boxes and realize that you're all just as stupid as each other. And maybe one day you'll trip over one of these other cattle when you walk out in the hallway of your building. And again, Florida used to be a place full of dairy farms, 4-legged cattle. But today, it's a debt farm with 2-legged cattle. So the more dummies that you can put in here from all over the world and then milk them by putting them in debt, the better. That's Miami in a nutshell. All right, let's see what we got here. I think the brain controls the body. If your brain says no to addiction, the body will listen. My opinion. My name is Julie. Well, there you go, Julie, and I agree with that. Now, I'm one of those people that's never been addicted to anything. Your brain is your body. It's part of it. To avoid federal tax. Well, if they do that, they're the stupidest people on earth because you're going to trade federal tax, which, by the way, isn't going to be that much when you retire unless you're super rich, for property taxes, which are far higher. Federal tax is based on income. Property tax is based on what they want. And if you don't pay them, you end up on the street. Real smart. So any of these idiot New Yorkers or people from Los Angeles that are stupid enough to come here, and by the way, they hardly ever go outside. The only time you see them outside is when they're shorts and no shirt, and they're all ugly because they're fat and they eat duck food. So it's really quite depressing. Hey, you got some of the younger ones that look halfway decent, but again, they're ruining it for the Floridians. Back in the old days, Florida was tourism, agriculture, and a tiny bit of manufacturing. We still have tourism. Agriculture's gone, and manufacturing, that's gone too. The only thing they can make is crap nowadays. Rick, I look at the carnivores that struggle and feel for them. Food is an addiction, and just cause some of us are literally scared to add food, when they do, they spiral, and then people last out at them. Okay. Interesting. Let's see here. All right. I dropped my health insurance this year. I can't justify these premiums that make no sense for someone who has never been in a hospital except when I was born. I haven't had health insurance since I think the 1990s. I the amount of money they wanted to charge me is almost as high as a property tax. So I'm not, forget it. The government's already got my money. But then again, the federal government is losing because by the time I pay the property tax, there's nothing left. My taxable income is zero. I have nothing left. That will change. I recently saw the YouTuber Vegetable Police change style of eating without much animal products, but then adds creatine. See, that's the thing. If you're going to eat a plant-based diet, you have to supplement. The only diet that you can eat without supplementation, I use no supplements, is a carnivore diet. That's it. Yep. I remember that. Little boxes made. Da, 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 da. That was back when they were doing the suburbs. And the thing about the suburbs is they are pretty basic. It's like today you have all these homeowners associations. They want everything to be the same. But a traditional tract development over time will change. So as people live there for a while, they'll make changes to the home. They plant trees, they plant shrubs, and all this material. And it works out pretty nicely, honestly. So, yep. And that's actually pretty good subject because, as you know, I'm quite familiar. That's another video I was going to make about this area, the Westwood Lakes area, because you can see what's happened to the world by the way that things have changed. Miami is one of those places that always sets the trend. That seems to be very important. Okay, what am I doing here? All right. Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. See if I can find some of these. I don't see it. Got some computer issues here. I don't know what's going on. Oh, well, let's try something else. It'll come up eventually. Okay. My photo viewer seems to have crashed. That's really nice. Let's see. I'll try again. Nope. All right. Okay. All right. That is weird. Huh. Oh, there we go. All right. Let me see if I can find this. You know me, I always have my little collection of pictures here. It'll come eventually. Okay. All right. Where is that picture? Now we're going to do an experiment. Normally when I do an action... Why am I getting a video? That's frustrating. Oh, well. I give up. I tried. I couldn't find it. Anyway. Okay, let's hit these comments. I once thought it was an exotic type of place. I do recall a visit to the coast at Cocoa Beach. It was quite touristy there and unappealing. And just think, it's even worse here. I picked a book up thrift store titled Living Vegan for Dummies. Is this double title joke? I guess it is. I knew Miami was done when they removed the Fontainebleau mural. I remember that. I remember in the 80s driving through there. They even redid the Fontainebleau Hotel. I mean, it's still there, but they redid it. They kind of changed a lot of things. What they're trying to do to Miami is just make everything high-end, which means jack up the price. That's all it is. There's nothing better now than it was when I was a kid. The neat thing is that when I was a kid, even the most expensive areas were quite accessible. There were very few of these so-called gated communities. You could go pretty much anywhere, and some of these fancy hotels, you could just walk right in and look around. It was nice. But now, people with money, they like to isolate themselves more. They don't want to be out there with everybody else, which is ironic because in order for these rich people to get what they want, they have to surround themselves with a bunch of low-income foreigners, but yet they don't want to be around them. It's just really weird. They want them in the area, but they don't want them in their neighborhood, which is quite funny. Okay, so let's see what we have here. I've checked online classifieds of Florida cities, such as Orlando, and see the cost for living in a room is inexpensive compared with bigger cities like Seattle or San Francisco. Well, again, Seattle, San Francisco, New York City, those are all bubbles. Those are financial centers. People go there because they make a lot more money. You think about Silicon Valley, the amount of money that people were making. Now, I think as AI becomes more of a thing, it's probably going to be less and less of an issue. But those areas used to be cheap at one time. But because of the Federal Reserve's constant inflation, it becomes advantageous for people to make poor investments, to invest in things that are not able to really do well. That seems to be one of their things. Okay, so it looks like the comments are caught up. Now, let me go ahead here. Let's see. We have 38 people, it looks like. I guess we still have 38. Not bad. Started up. We're down. Oh, we got 39. We're up. That's good. I would like to see if we could get over 50. That'd be kind of interesting. But then again, I don't think that my channel has the appeal that some of the other channels do. I think that my channel is more of a, I don't know. It's an acquired taste, let's put it that way. I'm not one of the attractive and interesting carnivores that you'll find out there. And even the character carnivores, my character is too weird for the average person. So I'm never going to have broad reach. My carnivore channel is never going to be a huge channel. And by the way, in the YouTube space, I think carnivore is probably the worst subject to get into because there are other channels out there that have a lot more people. Now, speaking of YouTube statistics, let's peer into this. I'm just curious. Have I gotten any new subscribers? I average about one a day. So this week, since I haven't posted videos, I don't know if I've gotten any new ones or what's going on. Well, this shows that I got 40 people watching now. That's really awesome. Let's see. Where are the statistics? Okay. Videos. Yeah, my last video was 8 days ago. My last short was this one, which was about a week ago. So, and I put little bits and pieces there. You can see my friend's high blood pressure. It's funny how they focused on that image. They're probably thinking, wow, Rick's blood pressure is terrible. He's going to drop dead of a heart attack. But yeah, and I haven't been on any bike rides. I've been working like crazy. I can't, And I did have 10 days ago the live on the Dr. Kilt's channel. Where in the world, I forget where the statistics are here. I guess you'd have to go into the YouTube studio to do that. Let's see. I forget the direct link. Okay. There we are. Well, let's see. 32 new subscribers in the last 28 days. So I'm averaging more than one a day. That's really good. And again, after 17 years? How many years have I been on YouTube? I started in 2007. It'll be 18 years before you know it. And I only have, oh, look, here's my estimated revenue. Look at that. I'm actually making money now. $3.56. Wow, that's amazing. I've never made so much money in my life. But hey, it's better than nothing. I guess after a year on YouTube, I may make enough money to buy, I don't know, a USB stick? I don't know what to say. Okay. Oh. My payphone video was popular. My most popular video was the video when I was talking about my friend that tried to go carnivore, but it was too late. I'm sure everybody's seen that. Not bad. And haven't had any complaints, so I guess that's good. Got some comments. I guess I got to respond to some of the comments. Okay, I guess that's from my bike ride. But anyway, that's an example of my YouTube. I share my information with you. I'm not afraid that you can see what I have. And again, I'm getting more subscribers. That's good. I'm not losing any. That's even better. I guess there's a lot of people out there that don't mind looking at a quack. Let's see. 50% view. I mean, it's not bad. But again, $3.56, I guess, is better than nothing. So, let's see. All right, let me go back. Okay, now it shows 37 watching. So I must have lost a few. I scared them off. Okay. 37 watching. All right, so we got people coming and going. All right, so let me hit the comments again, see what we have before I bore everybody to death with a bunch of statistics. All right. I've never seen so much spit out gum all over the place in Miami Beach. Black Lodge. You're right about that. I don't know what that's all about. I thought that was everywhere, but I guess you're right. I've been missing your videos. Yeah, I need to make some, but hopefully I will get some time off. I've just been so busy. But then again, I get my money together, then I go down and I buy some government bonds and I put the money in there. And then by November, when I have to pay the ransom to the government, then I cash those bonds in. So basically, I make money and I keep none of it. The only money I have is a little bit of cash that I keep in my cash drawer, and that allows me to buy food and pay my light bill and expenses, and that's it. So you can see that my life is not interesting. I have to find a way of increasing my income, but at this point, I'm kind of trapped. So I'm not going to do much. Rick, you are interesting carnivore. Well, thank you very much. I think I am interesting, but I don't think I'm interesting to the average person. I like the outskirts of a city, not a city person. Like the country if I had a choice. Grow flowers, streams, nature. And most people by nature, I think, like country living. The problem is what ends up happening is that they move to a suburb and then they start filling it up. And before you know it, it turns into an overcrowded mess like Miami. Go buy half a dozen eggs with that big money, Rick. Yep, that's about what I'll have to do. And I'm actually almost out of eggs. I got to go back to the canal. Now, a friend of mine gave me a bunch of bread, so I got enough duck food. Thing is, I got to call this guy in the afternoon, see if he's working on that fence. I really don't want to go back out there in the sun, but if we got to get the job done, we got to get the job done. I don't know what to say. I would rather be here in the air conditioning, but that's just my goal. But then again, I would like to go outside in the sun. Yeah, well, if you want to see if he's a good singer, check out his channel. It's easy to find out. It takes a quack to know a quack. Yes, it does. And I am definitely a quack. I don't know if I'd say good. Well, how about good enough? So anyway, let me tell you some of the ideas I have. Now, hopefully, once I fix everybody's air conditioners and the rainy season starts, then I'll be able to have some more free time. I would like to make some videos. I'm still trying to get my computer to cooperate with me by taking the video clips. I did download the DaVinci Resolve program about a month ago. I ran it in the computer. I ran into some issues with the effects, but I'm sure if I had enough time, I could sit there. I have a lot of video clips that I've made that I would like to put together. There's several subjects that I want to do. One of them is going to be the subject of longevity, and I'm going to compare some of the quacks that have been out there. Longevity. Now, does anybody remember the guy called the Juice Man? No, I'm not talking about Brian Johnson, the Liver King, because I used to joke. I called him the Juice Man because he was probably injecting his rear end with the juice to look like that. And he was there pretending like he's eating liver and raw meat and all that. And no, he was on some kind of stack. And I think he finally had to admit it. But anyway, there was a guy that my dad used to see. We had infomercials. His name was Jay Kordich. If you are familiar with Jay Kordich, well, that was the Juice Man. And he had, I think, a book that said how to live to 100 or something like that. Well, I think Jay Kordich lived to 94. Now, let me go ahead and look this up. Oh, this is interesting. Get some comments here. I'm working on detachment, holding on to a few things that really matter. Yeah. That sounds like my life. Russ, now he's good. If you're not familiar with Russ Mitchell, he has a show called The Keto Cookout on Tuesday night, which I will be on next Tuesday night, and you can join on too. So that's it. Yeah, Liver King. If you're not familiar, there's another guy named Brian Johnson. It's spelled differently than the other Brian Johnson. And he pretended like he got himself all muscular, eating liver and raw meat and all that. But it was really just a steroid guy. What he was is probably a bodybuilder that, needed to make some extra money. So he got with his boyfriend, what's the guy? Paul Saladino. So they were kind of promoting each other's channels. He got really popular. But then he had to admit that he was on steroids, whatever. Yeah, if you don't know about Liver King, it might be something good to look up. Now, let me go over here, and I'm going to see. Let's look up the Juice Man. And there he is. Jay Kordich. And I think also Jim Carrey made a parody of him on, I forget that show, Living Color, on one of these shows. Anyway, let's see. Details revealed about the father of juicing. Okay, so what do we got here? I guess it's a video. I thought it would be an article, but I guess not. But anyway, he was born August 27, 1923, and he lived to May 27, 2017. So, what is that? 94 years? All right. Oh, 93 years. Okay, so he didn't make it to 94. And this is the age that I believe most healthy people should be able to live to. Now, I remember he would get like vegetable juices, and then he would use apples. He said you should never mix fruit and vegetable juices except for apples. So he juices vegetables and then stick an apple in there and then juice the fruits. It's just crazy. Now, you have a lot of these vegan scammers out there. For example, there's a guy that calls himself Shane Sterling. I don't know what his real name is, but he pretends to be a raw vegan. I think he's more of a Chegan. He's probably using steroids and maybe creatine. The guy does not look like a raw vegan. But anyway, you have Jay Cordage. He used to sell juicers. His juicer, I think, was called the Juice Man. And the other person that my dad used to like a lot was Jack LaLanne, who, by the way, also sold a juicer. Now, Jay Cordage, I don't consider him to be a scammer. And you know why I don't consider him to be a scammer? Because Jay Cordage actually used his own product, and he drank juice. And I believe he said that he had cancer and he cured it with juicing. But again, not a scammer, but an opportunist. He was able to take this juice idea and market it and sell juicers and books and all that. And again, I don't know how accurate Wikipedia is, but it says that he originally played football, and you go through here. Quack Watch made far-fetched, nonsensical, and unproven health claims about juicing. This included the belief that uncooked foods flush the body of toxins, detoxification, and that juicing can treat many illnesses such as anemia, anxiety, arthritis, gallstones, impotence, and heart disease. Cordage promoted a raw vegan diet, which he also was on. And he survived until 93 when he died of pneumonia, I believe. Okay. And there it is. Yeah, it was parodied by Jim Carrey on the popular show In Living Color in the Juice Weasel sketch. Okay. And he had a book called The Juice Advantage and The Juice Man's Power of Juicing. Okay. And again, if you're not familiar with Jay Cordage, he's one of those people that we're talking about. Yes, people, and again, anyone that is familiar with bodybuilding or, like me, has bodybuilding friends, knows that he was on gear. I mean, it's obvious. You can tell. If you look at someone like Dr. Sean Baker, who they accuse of being on steroids, he doesn't really have that look. Does he use hormones? I don't know. He says he doesn't, but whatever. Yes, it is my turn to be on with Russ. Maybe I will be on, maybe not. Who knows? I remember him. See? Sounds like another salesman. And again, there's a lot of people out there that do that. Now, in the modern day, we have the new version. And if you're on YouTube, I'll give you an example. If you want to get a good laugh, all you have to do is type in raw vegan. Okay. Okay. And here is our friend, the raw vegan scammer. You know him. The guy that uses software filters on his face and probably some kind of steroids to keep himself from looking. He says he's 51 years old, which he probably is. I mean, again, when he makes his videos, he makes all kinds of wild claims, and then halfway in the video, he markets his program. He makes his money from a subscription. I think it's called Raw Vegan Losers. And basically, it's to try to convince people that they need his advice to be able to stick to the raw vegan diet. But of course, everybody I know that's raw vegan is circling the drain, which is kind of interesting. So anyway, you got all these goofy people with their fruitarian and raw vegan and all that other nonsense. All right. Yep. Popular vegan influencer dies of, let's see, dies of starvation. Now, that does not look, I mean, okay. Now, I thought I was skinny. That is pretty bad. There's a jackfruit, got coconuts. That is really pretty bad. I mean, this, again, I thought I was skinny. I don't look like that. Thank goodness I don't look like that. I really don't think that I'm enough of a pencil neck to pass as a vegan, as you can see. And unlike Dr. Greger, I don't bob my head when I talk. I'm able to maintain coherent. Now, you know what? Now that we're talking about everybody's favorite vegan doctor, okay. nutritionfalsehoods.org. Let me go back to there, and we will take a look at our favorite doctor. Why is my desktop audio not on? Okay, here we go. And there he is. Look at Mr. Look at that. See the way he moves his head? It's just amazing. And this is an old video, so let's go ahead and cut the sound.
Every issue of every English language nutrition journal in the world, so busy folks like you don't have to. I then compile all the most interesting, most groundbreaking, most practical findings to bite-sized videos posted Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on YouTube, all captioned and translated into multiple languages. Some of our most popular videos contributing to our 200 million views include How Not to Die from Cancer, the best diet for healthy aging, and the best food for high cholesterol. And once a month, I'll pop on here for a live Q&A to answer any and all questions directly from viewers.
Okay, I like what he said. The best food for high cholesterol. And that's a video I should make. I'm thinking about making a Dr. Greger parody video. So what I would have to do, I would have to get one of those little bald things that you put on there, grow some facial hair, and then, talk like this. So what I'd have to do is like get on top of a bicycle or something, maybe an exercycle, and then go like that. The best foods for high cholesterol. Well, wait a minute. On Rick's heart attack diet, high cholesterol is the goal. So if you want to get high cholesterol on Rick's heart attack diet, I'd say beef tallow is your best food for high cholesterol. It's going to give you the highest possible cholesterol, and that's it. All right. Anyway, let's see. I got some good comments here. All right. And it's funny. Nutrition facts. Facts, yeah. Nutrition facts. And yet they got 1.27 million subscribers. Amazing, isn't it? All right. Let's go back to the comments. Okay. I was trying the Jack LaLanne spelling thing. That juice tasted awful. It made me feel like crap. That's exactly what happened to me. Chuck Norris, bodybuilder, workout king. There you go. He's doing good for his age, isn't he? My mom liked Jack. A lot of people like Jack LaLanne. He is AI. Well, he might be AI. You're right. But the filters definitely. It's ridiculous. Yeah. He looks too filled out to be exclusively raw vegan. Something is going on, and that's it. Yep. If you turn sideways, we can't even see you. That is true. That's very true. How Not to Live. Oh, his books are the funniest. They are the funniest. When I first started before Carnivore, was Dr. Berg. He was pretty good. He's still around. Yeah, he's pretty popular too. He reminds me of Kermit. Kermit the Frog. Okay. Let me see. That's funny. All right. Let me see Dr. Greger's book. This is the really funny part. I love this. So we'll go ahead. Okay, what the heck did I just do? And there it is. Look at that. How Not to Age. And who is the author? Ah, yes. Notice how not to age. Yeah, I see fruits, leaves, all kinds of duck food. And it is by Michael Greger, our friend. Look at that. How Not to Age. Now, how old is Dr. Greger? Well, that's really interesting. All right. Let's see. How old is Dr. Greger? Dr. Greger is 52 years old. He was born in 1972. That's a year before I started kindergarten. Interesting. So Michael Greger is 52. I'm 56. So I am 4 years older than our friend Michael Greger. Okay. Now, if you look over here, this is too funny. How Not to Age. All right. That picture is an old picture. So he was probably maybe 50 or less. How old does this man look? I don't know. What age would you say? 65? I think he looks 65. He looks healthy for 65. Maybe he's 70. Why do his teeth look like that? Look at that. Not only are they crooked, but they're kind of yellow. All right. Now let's look at a 56-year-old. All right. And by the way, notice that this 56-year-old doesn't wear glasses. That's kind of interesting. And I'll be 57 in, a couple of weeks? So, not Dr. Greger is selling this book, How Not to Age. Really. That's interesting. I really think that is pretty amazing when you think about it. Also, if you take a look at Greger's face, I don't know, I don't know if I can zoom in on this, but at the top, you'll see in this region right here, he has what looks like age spots. And I've seen pictures of him in a t-shirt, and it's really quite scary. He's got a pot belly, doesn't look that great, and he can't seem to speak very well, and his teeth are crooked. And yet, people buy a book, How Not to Age. Wow. Isn't that amazing? So, okay. And then there's another book that Michael Greger writes, which is really funny, and it's called How Not to Die. Let's see if they have that here as well. How Not to Age. Very popular book. There it is. How Not to Die cookbook. All right. He's got one, How Not to Diet. I see that they have a lot of used books for sale. How to Survive a Pandemic. Well, we all kind of did that, didn't we? How Not to Die cookbook. Okay. I love watching this. It's so funny. But the thing is, these people make claims. They make claims that there are no way to instantly verify. But history always has a way of showing what works and what doesn't. And that's the reason why I have chosen to go on the internet. Obviously, it's not for the revenue because, as you can see, I haven't even made $4 yet this year. So it has nothing to do with making money. Now, these people, they're out there to make money. You look at the Raw Vegan guy, the Shane guy, he charges, well, he doesn't charge much for his initial membership, but still, He has thousands of subscribers. If he charged everybody $10 a month for his raw vegan club, that's enough to make an income, isn't it? And you can pay people to edit videos for you. You can buy equipment, whatever. If you can get enough members to do that, then you can go ahead and you can get money out of it. And I hate to say it, but it's also taking place in the carnivore community. There, as you know, I've mentioned many times, there are several carnivore groups that are charging money for people to be on a Zoom call. And I've actually had some of my viewers mention in comments that they spend $30, $40, $50 a month to be in a group telling them that they're doing well when they're not doing well. But at least it makes them feel better, right? If I'm going to spend $50 a month, I'm going to spend it on my internet service. I'm not going to spend it on any other kind of group, because to me, again, if you have to pay your friends to associate with you, they're not your friends. It's that simple. All right, let me go back here to the comments and try to catch up. I'm doing my mild rant today. I'm not doing my extreme rant like I normally do, because I don't feel 100%, because again, I've been dealing with the cold that I have. So let's hit the comments. And one of the strong points of my channel is always keeping up with the comments. What I hate, now obviously when you have a channel that has thousands of people on it, you'll never be able to keep up with the comments, but us little guys, we keep up with the comments. That's why we're here. So let's see who else has come in. He can't be 51. AI hasn't been around that long. You never know. Okay. I think Dr. Berg was interviewed by Kiltz on his podcast. Okay. I need to check that out too. Okay. Yeah. And look, honestly, even though Thomas has had a rough life and he's got some missing body parts, who looks better? Our friend Thomas, Target Prime Rib, or Dr. Greger? And they're both bald. I mean, they both lack hair. But look at Thomas's face. Plus, Thomas has a good attitude. He looks like a good guy. Greger, I don't know. Greger looks like the type that will lose his temper at the drop of a hat and that people probably hate. So, yep, he's your age. Isn't death the only way not to age? That is correct. There's an old saying. You want to be young for your whole life, you have to die young. And that's it. Okay. And Lori's Carnivore Story is here. Good morning. We're glad that you're here. Okay. Hi, Lori. Hi, Lori Glory. Okay. I'm 56. I look 20 years older than Rick. That's what eating my vegetables did to me. Well, you know what? You're working on it. And there's nothing wrong with looking old if you're performing like a younger person. And that's what you can do. I don't think that you can change. You can't age in reverse. That's nonsense. But what you can do, you can stop the damage and you can reverse some of it. You're not going to be able to get rid of all of it, but at least it's like if you have a rusty car, you could Bondo over it, but that doesn't fix the problem. But hey, if you're healthy, that's all that matters. Okay. Well, he's actually 52, so he admits that he never practiced medicine, right? Look both ways before crossing the road. Don't attend a snake handling church. That's how not to die. That's right. Must have been a nightclub or something. And our friend Meathead is here. Good morning. And he's also with the group. What do they call that group? They have their own live on Monday night, and you can join their group. And you might even be able to go online, hang out with them. And now, what is it called? I've been working all week. I can't even remember now. I did check out their live that they had on Monday. And let me see if I'll try to look that up. Rick, you should write a book and title it, How Not to Fry. Well, that's it. Put the seed oils in your truck, not on your plate. Yeah. but how not to age is impossible. That is correct. And that's the other video I wanted to make because I wanted to explain the concept of entropy in physics and how it relates to the world. So I have a video of my shop, and it's half abandoned. I mean, yeah, I use it, but it's deteriorating. And I'm going to show you the before and after, how when you neglect things, they just fall apart. That's one of those videos I want to make. Okay, got to watch out for the snake handler churches. That's right. Someone said YouTube panhandling. I haven't stopped laughing. Well, there you go. Awesome. Have to check that out. Fender Benders, did you sing? Okay. How not to cry. How not to laugh. That's going to be the tough one. I want to hear you sing Lori, all right? I told you he's a good singer. Yeah. Keith is a good singer. There, Carnivore Talk. That's it. Carnivore Talk. That's the group. And he's here today. Now, he's got an interesting story himself, you know, dealing with the health issues. And again, check out Carnivore Talk. It's on Monday night. I'm going to try to make sure that if I'm here, I'm there, and I'll try to join in when I can. Very good, very good. I'm glad that people are listening. Make sure you put in your input. You don't want to concentrate on just the real popular channels because Dr. Barry and I guess even Anthony Chafee, although I do follow his channel, so I'm kind of part of it, but I would definitely hit up some of the smaller channels because you're more likely to be noticed and get to know people. Yeah, well, you know where that comes from. If you look at his picture, you remember All in the Family. That's what Archie used to call his son, Meathead. According to my smart scale, my metabolic age is 59. Can you imagine what it was last year? I wonder what it would say about me. That's a good question. And he says good morning to everyone. Good morning. And again, if you're not familiar with this channel, we'll take a look at that. I'm currently taking my dog to the vet, but yet you're listening to me, so that's good. I like that. Bob, yes. He's another Bob. We all know semi-retired Bob, which is another one of our carnivore friends, which I don't see today. I guess either he's listening or he's out at the golf course working. I don't know what my metabolic age was last year, even this year. Keith is a great musician and songwriter. Yes, he is. And you can check out his channel as well. But yes, the other one is Carnivore Talk. Let me just pull this up here. All right. Okay. What in the world did I do here? There we go. He has 2.06 thousand subscribers. So if you haven't checked out his channel, please do. And if you like it, follow the sign and subscribe now. Meat Heals, carnivore-centric nutrition and health. And you can see over here, he did have the live chat on Monday. You have different videos. Get some good viewership on some of them. He'll tell his story. I'm not going to tell you his story because I want you to watch it. You notice I generally don't tell other people's story because I just say, look, check out their channel. Unless, of course, they don't have a channel and they want me to tell their story, but I'm going to go ahead and let you do it. And he says, my name is Bob. He says right here, I have stage 4 chronic kidney disease, and I have been doing the carnivore diet of eating since early 2023. And you can read this if you like. And that's it. And here's his forum if you want to join that. It is free. I think there's also a paid version, but there's your free. You can join in there, which I have. So check it out. Remember, that's what we're here for. We're not here just to promote our own lifestyle or channel. We're here to mention other people's channels and their stories. And eventually, when I get set up for it, I'll be doing interviews as well. All right. It would say you are 23, Rick. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I only like the smaller channels, more like a group of friends. And that's what we have here. So again, you're not going to see me invited to any large gathering. Yes, I've been on the larger channels, but normally it's only for 1 or 2 times until people get to know me, and then they don't call me anymore. However, the smaller channels, I'm a regular on, and you know some of those channels. You have Russ Mitchell, Keto Cookout. I'm there every 2 weeks. And in addition, you can pop in anytime. I try to limit it to when I'm there to give everybody else a chance. We have David, DC, the cancer survivor. When he has a live, he usually invites me. I used to be on Nia's channel when she had a live. There's certain channels. We have our friend John, the carnivore teacher. He used to have his live group, and I was on that regularly. So, again, my friend Jonathan, which I don't see today, and he's got a lot of health challenges, and I want to mention his channel again. If you are not a subscriber to the Carnivore Muscle YouTube channel, I ask that you please do so at this point. He is a professional, going to be professional bodybuilder. He's a bodybuilder, let's put it that way. He has competed. He has dealt with some serious injuries, including a very serious spinal injury, and despite that, has been able to build impressive muscle and win. Also, he has autism, so he's in the neurodivergent community. And again, these are groups that tend to be neglected by the carnivore community in general. You don't see too many bodybuilders, you don't see too many with severe spine injury, and you don't see too many that are autistic. Although a lot of people are autistic, they may be here, but they don't really cover that too much on the carnivore diet. So again, and if you don't know him, and I'm sure we all do because he's been a regular here every single week. It's just I don't see him this week. And I believe, in fact, I haven't been watching his videos because I've been so busy. Tell you what, let me check my subscriptions. Okay, what am I doing here? Trying to move the mouse around. The thing is not cooperating. Why is it doing nothing? Okay, these are all the videos. Let me double check. Let's see. Where is he? Interesting. Okay. Huh. Where in the world is his channel? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Here's Jonathan's channel. And let's see, videos. Yeah, he had a video yesterday I remember seeing. Vegan repair kit. Got the members' videos. They usually come out to everybody else later. So, and if you're, I guess, obviously you're not here because you would have commented, but if you ever do see this video, Jonathan, I hope that you're finding some relief from your condition. The problem is that the system doesn't really tend to help people like that. They may look at him and figure, well, it's not that bad. Well, it's that bad and worse. Okay. I have to admit, I am a little bit spoiled because even though I make fun of myself and how skinny I am and the fact that I'm not attractive like a lot of people, I don't specify the good things about. I mean, I'm sitting on my bed with my legs like this. I've never experienced back pain in my entire life. I don't have aches and pains. The only time I don't feel 100% is when I'm sick. And even when I get sick, I usually don't get that sick. I have good eyesight, good hearing. Everything works. I don't have any problems. I can do hard work and then not be tired the next day. I don't get sore as much as some of the other people I work with. I don't get blisters on my hands, even though I don't wear gloves. So I think I'm doing pretty good. And I would say that compared to the average 56, soon to be 57-year-old, I'm doing a lot better than average. Yes, I agree. Once the channel gets bigger, it's not fun anymore. And that is true. Some of the channels that we know really well, I'm basically ignored on now. The only reason I go there is to chat with the other people. I like the smaller carnivore channels. And this is the beauty of my channel. It will never be a large channel because my personality and my lifestyle is never going to be mainstream ever. There is no way that you're going to find people following somebody like me. It's not going to happen. I'm back showered, slightly more motivated. That would do it, especially if you live in a place like Florida. Just like children, the older they get, the less fun they are. Well, that's not always true. Some of us are still fun, even at an older age. I think a lot of times, though, the average older person dealing with all the problems of life, the aches and pains, and the disappointments, turns them into a cynic. And I believe that's true. Yes. Going to a local meetup for YouTubers. I'm just a moderator. Can't wait to meet some of my favorite. Well, that's good. I've only met one YouTuber my entire life, and that's our friend Russ Mitchell. You're always welcome, Rick, as well as all the riblets on my channel. Well, that's correct. And I drop in whenever I can. You know that. No, it wasn't from lifting. It was actually from, somebody deliberately trying to injure him. A person actually lifting isn't going to injure your spine. In fact, it's probably going to make it stronger. And I think the fact that he is lifting has really worked to his advantage. But check out his videos. And again, I'm not going to explain someone else's story. And Annabella the Happy Carnivore is here. She says, hi, Rick. And I say hello back. Happy Saturday, DS. Yes, we are the elite. That is correct. There's only so many of us here, and there only will be. I don't even think we've reached 50 today. Okay. Okay, I will check him out, Jonathan. Thanks for info. Anytime, every one person that can look, it's a good thing. Just checked. Already subscribed to Carnivore Talk. Very good. So Bob popping in here actually helped us to find his channel. And that's it. All right. Yes, that is correct. Jonathan got hurt playing rugby. Somebody deliberately injured him. That is what happened. And again, if you're a non-sports person like me, your risk of injury is less. Now, bodybuilding, although it is considered a sport, is an individual sport, and therefore you're less likely to be injured. And I think it's probably one of the better activities that you can do, because not only does it make you look better, but it also can increase your strength. And I think done right, it will increase your longevity. Did you guys see Mitch playing piano? No, I saw the promotion for the video, but I haven't had time to watch it. I got home from work last night after 9 o'clock, and then my keyboard broke, so I had to take the cable out and resolder it and eat. I got to bed after midnight. Got up this morning around 7:30, which is a lot later than I normally sleep. But that's okay. You are a great role model, Rick. Well, thank you, Lori. And as our friend Meathead says all the time, you are the unicorn of the carnivore realm. Yes, there is only one Rick, and there will only be one Rick, ever. My teenage daughter has gotten sick 3 times in the last 2 months. Not enough fat and protein, too much carbohydrates, and fake food. And the thing is, I still have that cold now, but it doesn't really affect me. It was sort of a one-day thing. Yes, I see unicorns. I'm behind on videos, including Mitch's last 2. I don't blame you. I am. I avoid extreme activity like that. Yes. I have a horrible lumbar injury. Hurts so much. but I won't agree to surgery. I see others still in pain after surgery, plus they need more after years. The problem with a lot of the surgeries is that they kind of fuse bones together as a way of preventing them from moving and getting pain. But think about it. You're just making the person more stiff. So what happens? The other joints have to take more torque, and I just don't really see the point of it. I wish that they'd come up with some kind of stem cell therapy where you could replace the parts. I don't think we're anywhere near that. I think that the corrupt medical system is just stagnating because of government overreach and just profit motive. I really don't think that things are going to get any better. I think that once you become injured like that, and again, the carnivore diet's not going to fix that. Anyone that thinks the carnivore diet is going to fix scar tissue or damaged bones is deceiving themselves. The carnivore diet is going to help prevent degradation. I don't think the carnivore diet can reverse damage. That's my theory. I don't know. But again, that's my opinion. Now, this is kind of interesting. Rick, you are a very good-looking guy. I don't know if you're male or female, but either way, I appreciate the compliment. I don't think that I'm ugly, but I don't think I'm the best-looking person around. I have a friend that's much better looking than me, although he is shorter. So I think it's a trade-off. I think in many ways you might have to give up a certain amount of attractiveness to be able to get the additional height. And I would rather be skinny and tall than be shorter and more muscular. I mean, honestly. Now, nobody, obviously, tall and muscular, you'd be like Sean Baker. But I think in many ways, as somebody who's thin, I have the ability to sit, pretty tightly. I can sit down on the floor. I can get into spaces that other people can't. It's like when I was working on that air conditioner up on the roof, squeezing in the back there. Not too many 56 years old people can do that. So I think it's a trade-off. And I do believe that maybe on the attractiveness scale, if the average, I'd say from 1 to 10, the average person in Miami is 4 to 5. We have some of the least attractive people that I've ever seen in my life. However, I think on that scale, I would be about 7 or 8. Definitely not 9 or 10. 7 or 8. So I think that compared to the average Miami resident, I am 2 points more attractive. But then again, compared to the most attractive people, I'm still 2 points down from there. And I think the older that I get, I actually improve because even though I don't look that much different from when I was younger, I think that as other really attractive people, they tend to become ugly quicker. And this is the one thing that has always baffled me. The people that were the most attractive in their teenage and early 20s look horrible in their 50s. It just seems to be that way. And the people that were of average attractiveness in their teens and 20s, they still don't look that bad. I can tell you right now, that's the way that my friends are. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. We have... Keep going, Lizzie. Okay. Agree. Well, I see somebody else is agreeing that I am attractive. Well, thank you, Lori. You are definitely unique in a good way. A carnivore before we knew it was called carnivore. Yes, it was called Rick's Heart Attack Diet. Ah, there you go. Lori, you too. Excellent. Okay. DS111. Okay, he retracted the message. There's no going back. Our dogs are my favorite kids. My cat is my favorite kids. My cat is a menace. He's not a kid. Rick doesn't know he is attractive. Okay. You are a sportsman. You're a hunter. Would you ever want to go help? Yeah, of course I would. I've hunted deer down here, but I'm sure they're much bigger over there. Corrupt is the correct term. My cat is my best friend. Meow. Yeah, my cat's a good friend. I like that little guy. He's cute. Yes, with rods. Rods. Don't bend. I'm a thug. I'll pop that on day one, so no lumbar fusion for me. That's it. There's got to be a better way. There really has to be. I am very good looking in my own mind. Well, all I see is a Donald Trump coin, and we know that Donald Trump has never been good looking. In fact, my dad used to call him the fish because of the way he puckered up his lips and talk like that. You know, my dad always would say, how did he put it? when he saw Donald Trump would talk like this, he's a fish. That's the Donald Trump way. So, but anyway, you don't have to be good looking to be rich. You just have to know the right people. The carnivore diet can help with reverse damage in the liver as long as it hasn't reached cirrhosis. And that's the other thing. The liver is one of those things that can regenerate itself if it hasn't all turned to scar tissue. I have to go. Please remember Memorial Day. Those of us that help provided the so-called freedom we have, and especially my fallen brothers and sisters. Well, that's good. Sorry you have to go. I'm sure you have a lot of things to do during the day, and I hope that you have a successful day and you enjoy this time. And for those of you that wish to remember this time, that's a good point. Remember the reason why you have the time off. It's not just because they were nice enough to give you a day off. Lori looks pretty good. Yes, I agree. It just sounds awful. Yes. Yes. And I'll tell you, I'm glad you were here, Mr. Meathead. And I'll be looking forward to seeing you again on the Monday night group. And again, if you want to see what he looks like, just check out the Carnivore channel that he mentioned, the Carnivore Talk. And you can see the last live. And there he is. And you know what he sounds like because he's already been on my channel. And that's funny. Nobody's called in, so that's interesting. Carnivore is making me look more pretty. Well, that's great. Now, improvements in looks due to carnivore is not, in my opinion, the carnivore diet making you younger, because I don't think that's possible. I think that once you become old, you're going to be old. But the thing is, a lot of the things that we associate with aging, for example, having a neck that sticks out, saggy turkey neck or duck neck or whatever you want to call it, that comes from being overweight. And when a person is overweight, it destroys their attractiveness. Now, having a little extra fat is actually a good thing. I'm one of those people that I have extra body fat. My body fat percentage ranges between 13 and 14%. And this is the reason why I don't have visible wrinkles. If you look at my skin, it's got a nice firmness to it. I don't have hollow cheeks because my body fat percentage is not that low. Because I'm on the carnivore diet and eat a very high-fat version of the carnivore diet, my ribs don't show. Obviously, I don't have six-pack abs, but I have flat abs. And if you look at my arms, you can see that there's some definition, but not a lot. And that's because my body fat percentage is not that low. But when you have 30% body fat or more, you're going to be puffed up, you're going to be inflamed, and you're going to look awful. No matter how much makeup you put on, no matter what kind of clothes you wear, you're going to look bad. And when you're breathing hard as you try to talk, that's not attractive at all. So again, as Annabella says, carnivore is making you look more pretty? Yes, because you're losing excess inflammation and fat, and that does make you prettier. You can be old and be pretty. I mean, there's women in their 80s that look good. Everybody raves about Maggie the Rancher. I think she looks pretty good for, what is she, 82? And that's because of the carnivore diet lifestyle. You're not holding excess inflammation and body fat. That's very good. I like that. Carnivore win. Okay. Yes, I enjoy that too. Right? You'd have to move like a robot after. I love he's chatting to. Yes. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Too terrified. See? Scale is going up and down. I've lost a lot in size. See? Seeing surgeons in June. Trying to lose as much possible before surgery. That's a good idea. I want you to show your mouth. Oh, that's funny. Yes, it can. It can. The liver is one of the few organs that can regenerate. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I put it in the description. I can put it in the chat if you want. That's not a problem. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. I see Mitch. Okay, he's on Sunday as well. I'm sure everyone's already put it in there. Yeah, see, we already get some comments. Good morning, Mitch. Let's put it in here while we're at it. All right. There we go. Number 3 on the comments here. We'll click a like while we're here. And hopefully tomorrow, if I'm not working, I'll be able to catch him. All right, let me go back to my live, which obviously is not as popular as Mitch's, but hey, it's still alive. See, if you look in the description, it has a number. In the comments here, we'll click a like while we're here. We'll mute that. Okay. All right. Oh, come on. Okay. Let me get out of there before it turns into a non-stop thing here. All right. Okay. How many people do we have? 40. Wow, it's going up. That's good. It's going up. Okay, there we go. Ooh, a lot of comments. Healthy is sexy. That is correct. We got some good ones there. I see a scratch from Milton. No, actually, this was from the fencing job. That was from that stupid fence that we were dealing with. It was full of bougainvillea and thorns and all kinds of nasty stuff. Not bad, only getting one scratch, but that's okay. All right, let's see what else we got. Okay, that's good. Low protein. Okay. Yes, it is. I'm a little chubby because I'm a bodybuilder, or was. I'm old now. There you go. And that's good progress right there. I'm 63 going on 17. Well, you know what? If you feel good, that's it. Are you still doing Bobcat service? I have not done any Bobcat work because since my truck has been broken. I've only been using the Bobcat here around the house to move things around. Now, in terms of service, I have repaired equipment. I've repaired some skid steers and mini excavators. I do have my own hydraulic hose crimping machine. So I do make hoses now and then for the nursery and for the landscape guys. I haven't done any of that work for a few weeks now, but I'm sure it'll start coming up, especially near hurricane season. Everybody wants to get their equipment fixed. What is Bobcat service? Like mail escort? Okay. If you don't know what a Bobcat is, let me go ahead and show you. So I think some people just don't know what a Bobcat is. Let me see. All right. We know what the animal looks like, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about this. The Bobcat. It's a type of equipment. It's known as skid steer loader. They also make mini excavators. They even make lawnmowers. But it's basically construction equipment. I'm sure you've seen this stuff out and about. And that's what it is. Okay. I refuse to grow up. You don't have to. That's your choice. I wish I knew how much money I didn't spend on painkillers and digestion help, but everyone here sounds like crazy. Spends like crazy. Must be considerable since it's 3.5 years worth of daily ibuprofen and medium. And you know, if you look in my medicine cabinet, and I wanted to make a short on that, it's like an antique store in there. There's an old aspirin bottle that nobody's opened in 20 years. There's just nothing there. I never even opened the silly door. It's amazing, isn't it? I can't remember the last time I ever took an aspirin. If I got a headache, that means I'm getting sick. And that means I need to take some time off and get better. Yeah. Everyone in Miami has the same ugly driveway, psych-nutted concrete blocks. What they do, they pour concrete slabs with 2x4s in between. And then for some weird reason, they put artificial grass strips. I think what it is that the county limits how much concrete you can have in your yard. But if you leave spaces in between, then they only count it like individual slabs. And since everybody here rents out their house like a motel, this is why the traffic is so bad. You have a single-family neighborhood, you may have 20 people living in a house. And what they do, you take a 3 or 4 bedroom house, you rent out every one of those bedrooms to 1 or 2 people. Then you turn the garage into 2 apartments, that's 2 more rooms. And some people even turn their shed into an apartment. So you're going to have anywhere from 5 to 10 cars sitting around a house for all the people that live there. Unlike my house, which has 2 cars, which belong to me. It's crazy. But yeah, they love that crap. I don't know what it is. Now my yard, I have a strip driveway. The rest of the yard is basically dirt. So I don't have a driveway. One less thing to worry about. If I was to train again, I would gain muscle faster than others, right? But when I don't train, I have extra weight more than others. That's what happens. All right? Yes, that's right. Now, are we talking about Bob Carnivore talk or semi-retired Bob? Your channel is great too. Some Mitchfits here. That is correct. Because the Mitchfits and the Quackers, we're all at the same pond. Okay. I always thought homeopathic was more psychological than physical, but whatever. I wrote a chapter of my novel tonight, which is why I'm late. I don't think I would be able to write it if I hadn't been eating so much fat. Well, that's really good. You are awesome. Well, thank you. So are you. Let's get to 50 peeps. Yes, and that would be nice. Maybe one day we'll reach 100. I doubt it. I love that for you. Hello. Rick was chasing iguanas for lunch. I wish. Channel show. Yeah, Erin too. Her channel shows her getting healthier every day. And that would be our friend Booby Goats, who doesn't seem to be here. She's probably making a video, and that's why she's not here. It's amazing how much painkiller you go through with martial arts. No kidding. I don't always see it, but if others are seeing it, I'll take it. Yes, Erin and the kids. You know, she's what, 40? Come on, she don't look anywhere near that. Some of my classmates hit hard. I'm sure they do. Do you have many ice plants in Miami, like near the ocean? We don't have any that I know of. The last one was Royal Palm Ice. I think they've been out of business for years. Hard to say. I used to be the Advil Queen. I didn't know how harmful it was. You got me wanting to ride my bike again when my brother gets back from offshore. He's coming, change my flats. Well, you should. Bobcat, mini bulldozer. Yes, you can use it as a mini bulldozer. And you've probably seen my little Bob in my videos. It's out there. The comments are coming in strong now. I love you guys, and we love you too. Yeah, back at you, Annabella, writing a novel. That's it. Ride, Lizzie, ride. There we go. No growing up. Yes. 3 burger patties with butter and a handful of pork rinds. That sounds good, Thomas. It's 11:03. I really need to get my heart attack. Well, I tell you what, I don't have any chicken. I ran out. But they had pork on sale. So what I'll probably do, I'm going to cook up some pork shoulder. That'll be easy. I can just throw that in the pot. So I'll go ahead and do that. Let me hit these comments here. It's a pretty succulent plant. Okay. Yeah. You should write a book about Dr. Greger and title it, How Not to Grow Up, and you're standing next to him on the front. That's not a bad idea. You know, I'm like a kid in the Tonka truck. So what I'll do, I'll put my charger on one side and a Bobcat in the other, stand in the middle with a bunch of tools. How not to grow up. That's pretty funny. But what I'll need to do is get like a Dr. Greger book or something and have a picture of Dr. Greger next to it, next to me. That'd be pretty funny. I'm eating pickled quail eggs. That's good. Tylenol is worse. Okay. I wake up at 3 a.m. Looking at the lights while they sleep. There you go. My boss is 400 pounds and always does not understand or misunderstands everything we discuss. And I can literally see his brain shut off. Right? Had a random chicken lay an egg in her yard. She's even had neighbors' cows in her yard. You should have kept one for me. That's funny. You planning a job? Okay. Let's see. There we go. I have AMF pin spotters for my bowling lane. Maybe one day I'll be able to put that back together and set up my lane. I thought bobcats were cats owned by guys named Bob. Well, it could be. And most of us carnivores seem to have cats, too. That's the funny thing. Yep. All right. I'm often supervised. Family think they need to. Okay, what I'm going to do something that our friend Mitch does. I'm going to put on some music here, and I'm going to go, and I'm going to see if I can. I wish I could switch to a mobile device. I could take you with me to the kitchen, but I haven't advanced to that point just yet. I'm going to try to set up a wireless camera so that I can actually take you with me, and we can hit the kitchen. Let's see. What about Bob now? Let me go ahead. Now, first of all, let me check our viewers, how many viewers we have. Okay. Close that and that. And that. And that. And let's see. All right. I wish there was some way to see how many viewers I have. Hold on a second. Let me go back. Let's see. Well, that's not working. Okay. Oh, well. I'll just do it this way. Okay. You can see that this whole sugar diet thing is really out of control. I want to talk a little bit about that while I'm at it. But let me go back to my channel. Okay. We have 35 watching, so we're a little bit down. Now let me go ahead and put some music on here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can get my food started so it'll cook while you're watching, while you're here. So if you have to go, you can come and go whenever you want. That's the beauty of my channel. It just seems to go on and on and on. So let's go ahead and try. What the heck is going on here? Oh, what am I doing? Okay. Whoops. There we go. All right. Here we go. Okay, I think, there we go. I am back. Sorry it took a little bit longer. Because I've been so busy, I didn't even have a chance to wash out the pot that I cooked my last meal in. So it was full of water and washing soda soaking, and I had to get the sponge and scrub it out. Then I bought one of those pork shoulders that they had for 69 cents a pound at Winn-Dixie. It's limit one per day, although you can buy it multiple times. There's ways around it. I just get one a day. I'm not going to eat that much of it. I'll hit another one when I go to work today. I'll grab another one of those pork shoulders. They're a little bit of a pain because they have that bone that goes through it, so cutting them into meat is a little tricky. What I do, I trim the outside of it, throw that into a pot of water, turn it on, and then when the time is right, it'll be cooked up and ready to go. So that's actually quite simple. So let's see. I think the sound is working as far as I can tell. Anyway, let's hit these comments. People have been shy today. No one's called in. So it's all me. Wow. Okay. Yes. Is a solar system for mini split worth it? Well, our friend Russ Mitchell, he's the one that's really gotten into solar lately. You might want to check with him. But yeah, it's worth it if you're going to run the AC all the time. I don't have enough sun around my house to install solar, but when I do move to a place that has open space, wow, what a concept. I like to keep my house in the woods, but I'll put the solar panels on the shop. So what I want to do, build my house. I like the small house. I like a house that's 1,000 square feet or less. And then I like having a massive barn or shop. So I tell people, if I'm one person, why do I want a big house? I want a small, all concrete house with the roof covered with a plastic liner, like out of one of those swimming pools that they use, either vinyl or PVC, and then covered with 6 inches or more of dirt and plants so that the whole house blends into the environment. It's almost like it's not there. The shop, on the other hand, that'll be out in the open. It'll have trees around it, but I want to have, because the shop will be massive, I need at least a 25 by 50 shop. Bigger the better. And it might be, if it's up north, it might be a metal building. I'll just cover that whole thing with solar panels. And yeah, the mini splits are very efficient compared to central air, and they have variable speed compressors. Now, they're not that durable, but on the other hand, you use them while they're good. When they go bad, you get another one. They're basically disposable. There you go. That's some music. I also have one that I'll put at the end, and I learned that from Mitch, so that way when we're getting ready to end the stream, then I'll go ahead and give you a warning so you can say your goodbyes. Oh, 360 app. That's a good thing. My sister's to blame. I wonder if there's a way that I could set up a virtual camera through Wi-Fi. I'm just getting through installing Wi-Fi nodes in my house. Now, as you know, I'm against Wi-Fi. Everything I have is wired because I get less interference. It's more secure, and I don't like having all those radio waves. But I do like the idea of being able to use mobile devices while I'm online. Now, the technology in my house is on timers. From midnight until 8 a.m., all technology turns off. The only thing that works in here is, lights and air conditioning and all that, but computers, servers, everything turns off. And the Wi-Fi, I have in its own dedicated circuit now. I'll give you an example. These are what I'm using. I set up a mesh network. I got a bunch of these from a job that I did. And I'm installing 5 of these around the house. This is the last one. I'm trying to figure out where to put it in this room because my home, I have plaster walls, I have some concrete block walls, And Wi-Fi comes out of these antennas like a donut. It expands out, but then it attenuates or reduces very quickly when it hits anything with steel in it. And I have a lot of metal items. My garage is packed with a bunch of car stuff, engine blocks, fenders, doors, everything you can imagine. So the signal isn't very good. But by putting these all over, setting up a mesh network using the same, username and password for certain networks, and then the other ones, none of this is secure. All these Wi-Fi connections are going back to a hardware router, which then goes to the internet. This network is separated from the computers and all that. So it would be very difficult for somebody to try to hack my computers. And the firewalls, I'd have to open ports and stuff like that. But if I get it the way I want it, I could use a mobile device like a cell phone or GoPro camera or whatever and just walk around and make live videos. That's my goal. Just a way of playing with technology. You mean viewers in this chat? It's possible. I don't remember what I was saying. Okay. Okay. Here's a question for me. Does your hair grow quick on Carnivore? I had to buy hairdressing scissors because fringe bags now grow so quickly. I cut my hair about 3 weeks ago, and as you can probably see, it's... I don't think it grows that quickly. I only cut my hair once a month. I don't think it really grows that fast. But then again, it doesn't really fall out either. When I comb my hair, I almost never get little hairs that come out. But I guess when you put as much lard or tallow as I do, it just lubricates right through it. And that's it. Okay. Got some good conversations going here. That's good. Yep. Okay. All right. We can talk about Rick without his knowledge. That's right. Of course, now I see it. Okay. YouTube. It's in the YouTube library. I can show you where it is. In fact, I probably will. It's similar. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I watched a lot of Bonanza growing up. Kind of does. But you know what? That's good that you like that. Okay. Yep. Jonathan is in the Uncle crew now. Okay. All right. That's why he's busy. That sounds delicious. You'll get more, don't worry. It's coming. Got a jet? Well, glad you were here. I'll catch you on the next one. Or later if you happen to pop back in. Huh. Yeah, right? If in the old days, I would have had an avocado grove, I probably would have built an underground house. Modern houses today in South Florida don't really look like the modern. No, what they are, they're basically black, white, and gray. They're not, this is technically a modern house, but back then you had the wood paneling, you had, there were a lot of these window screens they used to have that were like pattern, you had pattern concrete blocks. They don't do that anymore. Okay. Yep. Nah, that's true. Is there an option to check on the house if you're working elsewhere? Yeah, that's true. That is true. Carnivore Intelligence Agency. There you go. It's radio waves. Yep. You're getting a mullet. It's not that long. I've had it longer than that. If I get that, they'd probably think I'm some kind of redneck or something. Really had bad hair. Fell out a lot. I was starving myself. Yeah. And the thing is, I've had people tell me they lose hair on the carnivore diet. And I said, well, maybe you're not eating enough. I am on the carnivore diet. I've been there for decades. I mean, decades. And yet, all the people I know that eat the so-called healthy foods, they have a hairline like Dr. Greger. Look at this hair. I mean, look. My one friend, he swears that he saw a gray hair in my hair, and he's really happy because he's like 50 himself now. He's got a lot of gray hair. He gets so frustrated by the fact that he can't find gray hair in mine. I said, look, if I have gray hair, I'm going to be like Dr. Sean O'Mara. I'm not going to try to color it. I'm going to let it all grow in gray, and I'll probably do like he does and try to work out, build some muscle. And then that way, when I get older, I'll have bigger arms than I have now when I'm skinny. So, when you're a guy that's, let's say, 60s or whatever, and you have a good shape, and you have white hair, that's actually a good thing. It makes you look better, in my opinion. What looks awful is when you see somebody that's 70 or 80 years old with all jet black hair, and you look at them and you go, the shoe polish is thick on that one. But if you see somebody that has gray hair, 50s, 60s, and they got a great body, I think the gals actually like that. I think they call that the silver fox. So if you want to be good looking, don't worry about the gray hair. And there's even a saying that gray hair is a sign of wisdom. Of course, I don't believe it, living in Miami. But still. And losing your hair, that's no big deal. A lot of our fine carnivore friends here are bald, or at least partially bald. Doesn't affect you. You could be completely without hair, be in good shape and healthy, and still be very attractive to most people. And that's it. Okay. Now, let me go through some comments, and I'm going to show you where this music came from, which I think is kind of interesting. Everybody has some grays, I think. Even Milton has some gray hair. Increase my butter consumption. Okay? Don't we all? Silver fox men are definitely sexy. And again, it comes down to being healthy, having a good body. What would you rather have? A 20-something guy who looks like a blob, he's built like an avocado, or a 50-something guy, he's got some gray hair, but he's got a great physique? I think most gals, they'd like the older guy. Plus, older guys have more money, usually, and, that's it. Okay. Funny coincidence. I'm eating butter right now. There you go. Men should not dye their hair unless they are fronting a hard rock band. That's true, and that would be some weird color. I love my grays. Now, speaking of music, let me go back over here, and I know you were asking me, where did this come from? Now, normally where this will come from, if you're a YouTuber, which I think all of us are technically, you go into your video editor. Now, where is that? I guess you have to get into the studio. Oh, there's the editor. But that's only for that one video. Let me see. I'll find it. It's here somewhere. Let me go back here and let's see. Oh, well. I'll just do it this way. I don't know why they don't make it easy to get in there. Okay. Creator music. All right. Now, to find this music is actually pretty simple. All you got to do is, well, this is where you can create some of your own. It's like an AI. It's somewhat effective. I've tried it. Not bad. Okay. This is the one that I played there. Okay. And this one you see in a lot of these other YouTube creators. Why do I have no desktop audio? Okay, hold on. We'll make this right. Now here's the other one. Now, the one that I like to start with, and I do want to make a title sequence to go with this, I just haven't been able to do it, is this one. Okay. And then the one that I like to end with. And then there's some others that I chose. And more of them. Who uses this one? Who can tell me? Okay. Yes. And somebody answered, it's Mitch. That's where he gets all his music from, is this YouTube library. And I went through this a little bit last week. If you were here, you probably saw it. But it is in there, you know, the creator music section. And then what you want to do, if you want to find some interesting music, all you have to do is select the type. Now, genre, I believe it would be jazz right here. And obviously, this is all going to be free. Yes. Whoop. Okay. And then you do a search. And there it is. And you can find it all in there if you know where to look for. You just go through the list and you listen to it. What I did, I put it on. I listened while I was working through this whole list. And when I heard something I liked, I ran in the house, I stopped it, and then I saved it. So that's what I did. I had to listen to a lot of lemons before I could find a decent lime. But yeah, there's a bunch of them in there. It says of many. There's a lot. I thought this was interesting. I said, look, it's entropy. But when I played it, it was like, eh. I hate electronic and EDM. I don't like it. All right, so let's hit the comments again. What I'm trying to do is get everybody in the loop here as I make changes, and then that way you can see where this is coming from. Now, here's a question for us AC guys. When adding R410A to a mini split, is it best to have it running for a while on the coolest setting? It doesn't really matter as long as the unit is running. The problem with the mini split, they use a different fitting than your regular gauges, and you don't have a high side amount. So what you'll have to do, depending on your climate, if you're in a cooler climate, you can just fire it up and put the refrigerant in it. But in a hotter climate, yes, it's a good idea because you're going to have to let it run enough so that the low side stabilizes. Because when you first start up, the compressor is going to run very fast. Now, if you want to charge quickly, what you'll want to do is turn the unit off, let the room heat up, and then when you turn it on, it's going to run the compressor at maximum speed. So you'll charge faster. So here's my advice to you. If you're going to add R410A, you need to know whether you need it or not. I would connect the gauges, turn on the air conditioner, let it run for a while on the coolest setting. Check your pressure. If you don't know the pressure, download a temperature pressure chart. Check the ambient temperature. You can use a regular thermometer or laser thermometer, whatever you have, and then compare it to the low side pressure. If the low side pressure is within range, there's not much you can do. But if you want to give it additional charge, shut it off, let the room heat up again, turn it back on, it'll charge faster. If you try to charge after it's been running for a while, it's going to take longer. Now, if the gauge is pretty much within range, you can add it, it's fine. But if you're low and you notice you have like pressures low enough where it almost wants to freeze up, then you can go ahead and add it and it'll, but again, the more you have to add, do it when the unit is just started. If you only have to add a little bit, yeah, let it run for a while and then add it. And that's it. Very simple. I really do need to make videos on that. Now, when I installed my mini splits, they've been working fine. I did move the unit, but I think what I'll do one day, I'll take my R410 tank, I'll take my gauges, and I'll show you the way that I do the testing. That might make a good video. Okay. I'm not going to go through all the back and forth comments. Got my visit on Thursday, okay. I encourage everyone to communicate because that's good. Here's a good comment. Finding Carnivore by accident. Oh, what did I do here? Has been a very lucky thing for me. It interests me a lot on YouTube. I feel very healthy. I lost weight. I don't waste money in restaurants. I learned to cook. There you go. All good things. Sounds like the Sims theme. I don't know what that is. Interesting. Hemorrhoids cured. There you go. I don't even know what hemorrhoids are. I've never had to deal with that. You like Baroque style music or more 50s? That's a very good question. Out of all the classical genres, I've always liked Baroque. And back in the 60s when I was a kid, they actually had some pop music that was based on Baroque. I mean, you can think of something like Sunday Will Never Be the Same. You can hear the influence. So there was another one, I think Walk Away Renee. They had a bunch of different songs that I remember when I was a little kid. And they would have like the harpsichord, or they had other effects like that, which I think was really, really interesting. You just don't see that anymore. It's all electronic crap. And yes, that was music that Mitch uses. Your doctor will get educated about cholesterol. It's low. I play jazz 24/7 in my house. It's low sometimes, but it's always 100% on. I do like jazz to an extent. Jazz is a very wide range of music, and even to this day, it's still being produced. Jazz is generally instrumental, although there are vocals that go with it. I tend to like instrumental music. Semi-retired Bob uses music like that and speeds up during, yeah. Then it looks like a run. When I do a walk, it actually looks like a run in real time. I don't know if you saw my video going to Winn-Dixie. Yep. I like Dave's. And Bob has some music that sounds like a mix-up of Dave Brubeck's Take 5 and Esquivel. If you've ever listened to Esquivel, and again, because of all this copyright crap that we have where copyright lasts forever, I can't play it. But you know that Esquivel was a very popular, I think it's John Carlos Esquivel. And there's also the Brazilian music that was very popular in the 60s. There was a lot of Latin American music influence. You ever remember a guy called Perez Prado? That was another one. He had a very famous song, Mambo No. 5, which some guy redid sometime in the 1990s in a kind of crappy way, but it's interesting. Ever tried Suno for background music? Make your own music. Yeah, there's some of those artificial intelligence. I know the YouTube had one. I hadn't tried that one, though. I'll have to look that up. Good idea, Carnivore Transformer. Sometimes I criticize modern music here in stores and tell employees I think speaker system's malfunctioning. In the old days, it was all elevator music, and then people complained about it. But I think it's better than the garbage they have now. What I hate the most is reggaeton. It is so stupid. It just goes on and on. I can't stand it. If I never hear reggaeton in my life, it'll be great. And then you have the robotic singers. It all started with Cher and her Do You Believe crap or whatever. Then you had that guy with the payphone song with the ugly tattoos. What's his name? She has a Jewish last name. Levine? Adam Levine, I think is his name. He had a song called Payphone. Everything he sung sounded like a robot. It's awful. But again, that's what we went to. Yep, that is true. Oh, Carnivore counselor. I've got a carnivore counselor. He looks so healthy and buff. It's nice to talk to a fellow carnivore as other counselors would think I'm disordered for doing carnivore. And then, look, you got a toothpick like me. That's terrible. Sims is a PC game. I don't do electronic games ever. I found carnivore by accident, too. Said I was like a bodybuilder, so therefore protein is going to build me up. I'm waiting to level out on month 7. Well, that's good. Glad you're trying the carnivore lifestyle. My back and belly is doing great. Excellent. Excellent. Jordan Peterson. Yes, a lot of people. Be 2 years. Wow. It's carnivore. Excellent. So, no, I'll try it. I'll have to look that up. I don't like bop Mexican music. I don't either. Now, a good mariachi, I have to admit, I like some of the mariachi with the trumpets. I love mariachi music if it's the old style. But the new stuff, dum, 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 I hate that. There's nothing I hate more than boom, 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 boom. It is so stupid. It reminds me back in the 80s when everybody had a boom, boom on their stereo. And they're just shaking the windows in the neighborhood. Stupid. Peter Frampton. Well, Peter Frampton wasn't doing robotic music. He was using the pedal. What do they call the wah pedal? When you use with the guitar and stuff like that. That's not, it's like a synthesizer kind of thing. It's not digital. What it is like when you're playing or singing and there's this pedal that you step on and it modulates it. It introduces extra frequencies. I can actually do that with the oscilloscope and a signal generator, my little 1960s electronic lab. Let's see. I tore my stomach up by doing beans and plants. Mexican music. Yeah, sounds like circus music. Well, actually, some circus music is kind of nice if you use calliope or something like that. It's not too bad. And you know, when I was growing up in the 80s, I didn't like the music either. I always liked 30s, 40s, 50s, some of the 60s, and a little bit of the 70s. By the 80s, there's nothing I like from the 80s, pretty much. 90s, almost nothing. 2000s and up, I don't even know what the music is. I see people talking about Taylor Swift, and I'm thinking, is that Tim the Toolman Taylor's daughter? I don't know. I have no idea who that is. I don't even care. So stupid. Is it better now? Okay, that's good. Yeah, but, you know, it's really kind of interesting because you learn something every day. Now, let's hit this YouTube thing again. Let's see, what did I do here? Oh. How did I get switched? Okay. And again, it was Mitch's channel that actually inspired me to try to add some music to it. I'm just trying to find the AI thing. I think is kind of neat because if I could AI my own elevator music, I'm going to try that. I think it would be good. It goes well with my channel. I'm not the kind of person, I'm not what you call rock star. I know Dr. Kiltz talks about us all being rock stars, and I shake my head. No, I am not a rock star. My music is elevator music. I would be more of a jazz enthusiast than I would be a rock star. Now, I like 1950s rock and roll. Of course I do. But again, what they call rock music now is, you know, it's just, you got to be stoned to like it, I guess. That's why they call it rock music. Bad joke. Okay, what else do we have? We got a bunch of these different things. And let me see. And I'm sure when Mitch selected his tunes, he went through this list in detail, which is what I did. There's a lot of time that went into that. Let me see if I can find one of those Mitch ones. Huh. Okay. But all this stuff is free on YouTube. You can use it in your videos if you want to add music to it. A lot of them are overused. See, there's some of the ones that I found. Okay. And they do have classical selections. I don't know how that ended up in the jazz selection, but that's kind of interesting. Smoke on the Beach. Okay. I don't think that's Frank Sinatra inspired. Let's see. Huh. Okay. All right. Oh, my goodness. I had this a second ago. See, this is one of the ones that I picked up on. And that was Mitch's thing. Okay. Just a lot of different things there. I guess it must have gone just to the general one. Let me see. Where'd jazz go? Okay. Okay. I guess it reset itself somehow. How did it do that? Huh. Oh, well. I think the one Mitch uses was called Library or Book Something. I remember seeing it. I was listening. I'm like, oh, there's Mitch's music. I try to avoid any of the music that other people use because we don't want to confuse them. That would be ridiculous. It'd be disrespectful anyway. Although I've been on YouTube longer than anybody, I have not been that active until a couple of years ago. Okay. Let's see. I also wanted to make different segments for my live, so I was picking like a news segment. And let me see where that is. Okay. I'm sure you're getting bored with all these lists. The Black Cat. That's interesting. Why is it not playing? That's interesting. It's a little bit too slow for my channel, but I call it the Black Cat. Huh. All right. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Oh. Okay. That's not bad. It's actually pretty good. have to look into that one. What is this one? I recognize that tune. Okay, that's what I thought it was. What is this? That's interesting. What else we got? Got all kinds of stuff. A lot of YouTubers use that one. Where's the one that Mitch uses? It's got to be here somewhere. I've seen it. I know it's on the list. Okay. I'll find you here someplace. Beer Belly Blues. Okay. I mean, I know what it's called. I'm just trying to find it. I don't see it. Interesting. They move these around from time to time, from what I can tell. Let's see. Do they have a search feature? I think they do. Here it is. This is the one. So we recognize that one, don't we? And it's on the list, I know that. And then the other one. Okay, maybe I got the name wrong. Okay. There's somewhere. This is, you know this one, I'm sure. Hello.
Hey Rick, how you doing?
Good, Thomas. What's new?
Not much. Figured I'd just call before I take my nap for work tonight. So
Excellent. I'm glad you did. So
yeah.
what do you think?
Good. What was that?
What do you think?
About the music? I think it's really good.
Yeah. I just want everyone to see where it comes from. So that way, if you want to add it to your YouTube channel, you know where you can find it.
Oh, I didn't see that part. I just heard the music. But I was actually out in the kitchen, making my roommate's dinner for tonight. He just had to heat it up.
Oh, okay. I discovered it by accident because what I did, I put on the YouTube audio library and it'll play automatically. And I was trying to find something for my channel. And as time went on, I just go, oh, I keep hearing all these different songs and music. And then all of a sudden, it's like, boom, that book bag thing came up. Dun, 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 dun. Like, oh, there's Mitch's. And then I went through the list. It's like, and then that other one came up, with the cigar music, and it's like, okay. And then it's like,
Okay.
yeah, that's
Yeah, I
Mitch.
mean, I have the YouTube and I've seen the audio library, but I just don't find the music to be that. I mean, those songs are pretty good, but if you actually go, like, if you do your video and you upload it, it'll give you the chance to put music in with it, you know. And the choices that they give you is just like, okay, I've never heard of any of these songs. And
Well, the thing
you
is
know.
that none of them are from popular because the popular people, they have the perpetual copyright. And then if you play two notes of their stupid music, then they want to take it away from your channel or they shut down your video.
Right.
This is
You get
just
like you get blocked or whatever.
right.
Which is what happened to me with the one song, which it happened to me a few times, but I still find that one really funny where a Billy Joel song got blocked, but only in Russia.
Really? That's weird.
And I find that funny because didn't Billy Joel play concert like back in the 90s, like back in the USSR?
I thought
like
that
where he did a concert in Russia?
I don't know if he did or not. I'm trying to think who did that song. Wasn't that a Beatles
Yeah,
song? I don't know.
I thought that was Billy Joel, but I could be wrong. I mean, anything's possible.
I thought back in the USSR was Beatles, but I could be wrong. Let's see. I'm old, so I tend to forget.
Well, Beatles, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be able to be Beatles if it was back in the 80s or 90s.
Right.
But the only other person I thought of would be Elton John.
It is a Beatles. I was right. Let me show you.
Oh, the song itself is a Beatles song, but I thought that he went to Russia.
Okay. It could be.
You know, like, so I don't know if it was a song that he made that was that, or if it was just, what you would call it, if it was just the title of his tour.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Like, he sang his own songs.
Right.
But he went to Russia to do a concert, and he just called it back in the USSR. Like, you know. Yeah, the actual song, you're absolutely right. The actual song is from the Beatles back in the 60s, 70s.
Annabella the Happy Carnivore says, do you like Bing Crosby, Rick? Yes, I do. The crooners, that was a big thing for a while. Doesn't he sing who sings White Christmas? Is it Bing Crosby?
Yeah, Bing Crosby.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Dreaming of that's him.
Yeah.
And that's the one place you'll hear a lot of older music when they have this Christmas holiday nonsense. Then they'll play a lot of that old stuff because the new stuff is such garbage and people are just used to the old stuff.
Right. Well, you know what I like about the older music? Like, if you hear and you hear it, you know, just instrumental, and you also do it with lyrics, there's not that much of a difference. There's a little difference, yes. I mean, I'm not, you know, but there's not really that much of a difference. You still recognize the song either way.
Right.
It still has its own melody. You still, you know, because the melody goes with the lyrics.
Right.
You know? But a lot of songs today, you hear it, and it's like if it's only the song, yeah, you might recognize it, but it's just not the same.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, I need to hear the words. I can't, you know, like, this is not working for me.
That's right. Hold on a second.
I'm not sitting in an elevator right now, you know, or I'm not like listening to somebody on, you know, on the phone waiting for health care or something like that to answer me for 2 hours, you know.
There you go.
But
I'm going to check. I'll be right back. I'm going to check my food to see if it's ready.
That's a good idea. So Rick is checking on his food right now, in case anybody didn't hear. Hello, Papa Carnivore. Hello, Bob. I'm guessing you guys can hear me. I don't know if I'm on speaker or not, but if I'm not, then I'm talking to myself, which it would not be the first time. Hi, Tard Nation. That's good, Bob.
Lunch is ready right on time.
Excellent.
Yeah, I got some pork.
Milton didn't steal it from you?
No, Milton's actually clawing at the door. He wants to come in here and get a hold of it, but he's going to have to wait. I don't want to have fleas in my room, so that's okay.
Oh yeah, I saw that you said about him having fleas.
Yeah, I have to let this cool down a little bit before I can eat it because it's steaming hot. You can probably let me put it up on the camera here.
Right now, it's like almost like you're frozen. I guess you are frozen in the computer.
I am frozen?
I can go through the chat, but okay, so you are frozen. Okay.
Oh.
I just want to make sure.
You
everybody's saying
Steam.
Hello to me. Hi, CB. Hi, Annabella.
I don't know if you can see the steaming food.
Not yet. Like I said, the screen is actually frozen, so I don't see. Right now, you're just like frozen there. So.
Really?
I mean, I'm able to move the thing, so I don't think I'm frozen. It's just the screen that your screen is frozen, but the chats are open, and I'm able to move the cursor.
That's weird.
Yeah. So semi-retired Bob says you can talk to yourself and answer yourself. And if you have to repeat yourself because you weren't listening, you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. But Bob has a lot of wisdom, so I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
My grandmother used to say that if you actually talk to yourself and answer yourself, that means you have money in the bank. So you know what? When she said that, I was like, okay. So I just would purposely talk to myself and answer myself because, heck, yeah.
Well, think about on Mitch's channel, when you see smoke, you know he's smoking a cigar. On Rick's channel, when you see steam, you know he's getting ready to eat.
Well, either you're getting ready to eat or you're very, very upset about something.
Yeah, right?
Hey, Jerry, how you doing?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Comments. Hard to resist wanting to eat.
So I saw you briefly on my channel this morning, so thank you for that.
Yep. I saw it. I figured I'd check it out.
Yeah.
Annabella loves old movies. Yes, I do too. Okay. Let's see.
I mean, I will have to say, probably the person who's going to win the prize of always being there first would be Sandy.
That's good.
Like, no matter what, I think she's I think she has the button ready to go on to it, which is so nice, it's like so endearing.
Mm-hmm.
And then Josephine sometimes is the second, and we have to guess. The other day, me and Sandy were having a guessing game on who we think would be the next person, and we both said, I said Aaron, and she said you, and ended up being Josephine. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
That's good.
Booby Ghost, maybe.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there's the Mitch music. Yeah, that's what you said. Oh, let's see. Yeah, got some good comments going on here. Rick, you should download that Mitch theme song. Figure a way to record it backwards. Oh, I could do that. I could go on Audacity and play it backwards. It's not hard.
Yeah, but would it be like backwards and slow? Would it be like some kind of satanic?
Put in there, you want to eat iguana. Eat iguana.
You want to.
Let's see. I don't want to hear Mitch's music anymore. Well, there's no music right now. We have a phone call. If you don't want to hear Mitch's music, you need to just give me a call on the phone line, and then you can hear me talk, because we don't play music when we're talking.
That is true.
I don't even like Mitch's theme song. Sounds like someone playing a cigar. Mm-hmm.
Last thing, maybe refresh your browser, Thomas. Okay. I'm just going to refresh it real quick. I don't think it will affect the phone call.
Yeah.
This is good. That's two different things.
I wish there was a way to make.
Oh, yeah, now you're moving. I see you moving now.
I wish there was a way to make my phone detect music and substitute the music I actually listen to. That would be, that'd be interesting. And I see Peter's returned from his walk. He hasn't died from the heat. Rick is still going strong. Rick does everything strong. Rick just started the second quarter.
And it's definitely a Beatles song.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I knew the song was a Beatles song, but I thought there was a tour
Hmm.
from Billy Joel of him going to Russia. It was like a big famous thing. Like he went to Russia this one big tour. Like because I think it was around the time that we were starting doing the Cold War and we were starting to get like kind of like closer to Russia and stuff like that. Cold War was ending. There was this great big thing of him going to Russia, and I found it funny that that I was blocked from Russia to play Billy Joel song. It's
Yeah.
like I thought did you guys hate Billy Joel that much that you will not listen to Billy Joel?
Mm-hmm.
No, do not play Billy Joel song here.
I see semi-retired Bob popped in. That's good. I guess he's
He
not at the
did.
golf course yet.
Yeah, when he gave me that infinite wisdom about, if I talk to myself and answer myself, but don't know what I said because I ignored myself or didn't listen, that came from Bob.
Yeah. Smoke coming out of the kitchen. Okay.
And it was infinite wisdom,
It's been many years since I burned anything in the kitchen. That's funny. Bob, if you repeat yourself because you aren't listening, you have a problem. If you talk to yourself, all right. Let's see. The comments are coming in strong now. See, the one thing about my chat, it goes so long. We get a cycling of the different people. We don't have the same people the whole time. They come, they go, they leave, they come back. This is very
Yeah.
unique in the chat space. And everybody's comment gets attention from me. This is not Dr. Barry's chat where you don't never get any attention.
I mean, that's why I kind of like it. Like, obviously, you always want more people and stuff like that. And you get excited about everybody that comes on. Don't get me wrong, I mean, I'd be a hypocrite if I said that if I went against that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's so much easier for me to keep up with it, But as long as everybody understands, that hey, I can be a little slow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in case anybody, not dense, slow.
Good night, Annabella. Glad you were here.
Yes, always good to see you, Annabella.
I try to hit the comments while we're talking. I consider this to be like a conversation with friends. There's no formalities here. It's not like you have to wait your turn. You can say whatever you want, whenever you want. It's like we were all together in a room, like a group, and we're all talking and having fun.
It's funny, like earlier today, I said about how many people are on my channel, and like I was like pretty impressed because it was like 14 at that point. And
really?
And Lewis is like, yes, because I'm on, and people are coming on to see me.
That's right. That's funny.
That doesn't make me feel too good, but okay.
Well, I mean, they can dream, right? You never know.
Hey, you know what? If they're here to see somebody else and not me, then that would just be more indication of me having people on, because if it helps my channel grow, eventually people are just going to come no matter what,
I'm amazed that anybody would even watch my channel. I guess we have a lot more intelligent people than I thought there were in the world.
Yeah. You're getting new people all the time.
I see that.
I mean, to be honest with you, we probably have new people that are in the background.
Mm-hmm.
But, and every once in a while we say that one thing that's like, oh, I got to answer this.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's what happened with the other Bob earlier from Carnivore Talk. I was talking about his channel without mentioning it, and he popped in there and mentioned it. So I know. And, a lot of times, oh, Rick forgot. I'm like, well, I didn't really forget. The secret is sometimes I will say something so people think I don't know, so they'll speak up, you know what I mean? Like they're in the background. So I'm thinking if I was in the background and somebody said, well, Rick's a quack, I'll go in there and say, yeah, Rick's the original carnivore quack.
Yep, of course.
But no one's ever going to talk about me on the popular channels. I mean, when they first start out, they do. But then over time, it's like forgotten. It's always the latest and the greatest because, the popular group gets in there And
Well, I mean, I think it helps to even if you're not really out in the channel like you and me are, and many others. I think it helps also be in the chat too, because I mean, look at Papa Carnivore, look at Peter. You know, I mean, he doesn't really do much on a channel basis. I know I think Peter's starting, if I'm not mistaken,
right.
but you know, I think his popularity is more in the chat than more during the interviews. You know, is really where everybody like. There's not a person I don't think that doesn't know who Papa Carnivore is. You know.
Well, yeah, that's because he's also active in the Dr. Kiltz channel, and then.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it's like just he's everywhere. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not really like doing like you or me with the channels, our own channels, but he's everywhere else, and that's just as important. You know.
It's like the Dr. Nelson when he came around. He first appeared in a couple channels. He was popping in to our keto cookout, and then he's moved around. Now he's part of the Dr. Kiltz channel. The Dr. Kiltz channel seems to have redone itself because when I first saw the Dr. Kiltz channel, it was all about fertility with carnivore and all these people trying to get pregnant and, you know, fix erectile dysfunction and all that. But now they're getting more people. You have Alia Wells, who's in there, and the Dr. Nelson. You got other people that kind of get in there, and then the channel goes in other directions. So now it's becoming more of a carnivore group channel, which is good. It's like Homestead How used to be sort of a down-home group channel. Now they've become sort of the movie channel. So basically, you got the guy with the movie theater who's making a carnivore movie and trying to promote it. So it went from being a hometown homestead channel to a movie channel. These channels do change.
Yeah. Which Terry Sue, you know, that's exactly my point. You know, Peter is doing great where he's at, and he's such an influencer, or inspirational. I know I said influencer, and I don't really like that word, but you know, such an inspiration. No matter what, like just doing what he's doing, he's, you know, Peter is like, to me, Peter's like one of the best. You know, and
that's good.
I put him up on the pedestal just as high as anybody else. Even Dr. Barrett, I put him, you know. And
well, I mean, I don't know. People love Dr. Barry. I have no opinion because I've never been able to reach him. In fact, Mitch couldn't reach Dr. Barry, and Mitch isn't exactly a nobody.
No.
You know, I would say in the carnivore community, if you have more than 10,000 subscribers, you know, you're one of the somebodies. If you have more than 1,000 subscribers, you know, you're in the elites already. So you have, you know, 100,000. Well, that's just crazy. There aren't that many. How many people have that many subscribers?
I mean, Dr. Barry, I always loved Dr. Barry. You know, like I said, in many things. You know, like my mom used to like wake up to his voice. You know, like that's the only way she would get up, and everything. But when I first listened to him, you could get through to him. Like that was probably been a good time for me to actually talk, even though I didn't. You know, like regular people got through to him. And you know, I think his thing is like sort of like great, but it's also kind of like the curse, I guess you could call it.
Right.
You know, I mean, like he's gotten so big that he just can't. You know, it's just hard for him to answer everybody's questions. So unfortunately, the only ones that get answered, he has to have a team. He's probably not even really. You know, the only way it goes up to him is with the funds. You know, obviously you have to pay you know, to get attention. And it's not anything against Dr. Barry. I mean, he has to do what he has to do. But but I think that there was a time where I think it's from his growth. You know, it's like he's just gone he's kind of gone too big for his britches, basically. He's still a great guy.
Right.
But I think that's sort of what has happened to him. Because I've been on other channels, even other doctors, and my questions, like even without money, they get answered. At least 50% of the time.
Right.
But like with Dr. Barry, I had to put out like not in one shot. I didn't do like some of these other people, but I probably put out close to $100 with all the $10, $5 chats that I put through, and finally he answered. And there was another time he did answer without any money, but it was more like he thought, he's like, oh, that's funny, ha 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 ha, like it didn't actually go on the screen,
Right.
But it was like mentioned by his voice.
Well, again,
and
it depends.
I actually sent him an email, and but I knew it wasn't going to go to him; it was going to go to somebody else, and they answered.
But see, and then it depends, because then you had like Dr. Anthony Chafee. I remember when he had about maybe 20,000 subscribers when I discovered him, and back then he takes 15 minutes to answer one question. So in a 2-hour live session, he's only going to answer, maybe 8 questions. And then
I know. He was on a Zoom call actually. I think it was SBG, and I listened to a Zoom call, and I asked him a question, but by the time, or I was going to ask him a question because I had my hand up. By the time it got to me, they had to close it because he had to go and leave, and it was like, okay, well, the reason why you couldn't get to me is because you're like, I like Dr. Chafee, and Dr. Baker's sort of the same thing. Just, you're very long-winded. Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I love them. I think they're great, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like how did you get those muscles? Well, the bio.
Well, that's it. And the thing is, like, for example, with Dr. Baker doesn't do very many lives, but when he does, they're random. Yeah. And then if you get your question in the first 2 minutes, he will get to it. But once people discover it, and they load it up, the only thing he'll get is the super chats. But he does like what I do. He tries to start at the beginning. And I've actually been able to communicate with him. In fact, I was interviewed by Dr. Chafee. That was the first doctor that ever approached me. And then Dr. Baker. And then, of course, now recently, Dr. Kiltz. But again, Dr. Kiltz is changing his channel. I have a lot of respect for that, because if you adapt to your community, you'll never become obsolete. And it's just including everybody. But I think other channels are getting away. Now, you're in the Steak and Butter Gang. I never had any interest in them because they charge a lot of money for their membership, and I don't see the point of it. Carrie actually brought up a very good point. I was really impressed because I criticized, there's no way I'm going to join Healing Humanity, $30 a month. He says, well, it's not for you. It's for the people that need it or want it. And you know what? I agree with that. That's really, and again, that's why I still call Carrie the Carnivore Ambassador, because you don't see him getting upset and taking his frustration out on other people. He always finds a way to turn around. The trolls, they hit his channel hard, and he usually just says, yeah, or whatever, and, he doesn't try to engage with them to that point, which I think is very good. But then again,
I agree with that philosophy. I agree with that concept, especially for you, because you aren't a newbie,
right?
And if you did join Healing Humanity, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying if you did, I am almost positive that that Carrie would want to put you somewhere where you're more of like like almost like a coach or like
right,
because like right now there's 2 people that's not Carrie, not any of them, that actually have their own segment, and me and Louis listen to them all the time. Sundays is Dante Ferrigno does a 2 hours at Healing Humanity, like 2 hours of talking to everybody.
Right.
And everybody has their own style. And then Amy has one every Friday night called the Great Steak Escape. And it's like more like just relaxed, and everybody like keeps their, kind of keeps themselves unmuted, and as long as you're polite to everybody, and and just do. And I'm actually a co-host. Me and a lot of times Louis too is a co-host for her, because in that way she can't. She admits that she can't always see when somebody's coming in to join us. So we let people in, and you know, like Dante just does it himself, and a lot of times you're waiting for it to get on because he doesn't see that you're coming on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if anybody needs a co-host, it would be Dante. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
But I think that if you did join, I think eventually you would be like one of those like let's figure out a time slot and give you your own where it's like, you know, like the carnivore duck quack, you know, with Rick or something like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like this thing of a clever name, you know, like quacking it up with Rick Carnivore, Sergeant Mopar Rick, you know.
That's right.
So.
Well, the thing is, in the carnivore community, I'm one of the very few, and I give Kerry credit for this too, because he doesn't call his channel Kerry's Carnivore Channel or, you know, the Lion's Den or whatever. It's just Homestead Hal. I call mine Charger Mopar because the car thing is what I started it. It wasn't until YouTube deleted my channels that I got away from it. Somehow they restored this one, which I think is interesting because they left like 2 videos in there and got rid of all the rest. But, you know, it was nice to come back. And 2021, after my mom had died, that's when I decided to hit YouTube more because I watched a lot of YouTube when I was taking care of my mom. I thought, well, let me put some videos back. And then it turns out, by accident, I discovered the Joey Schwartz Carnivore channel. I got asked to be interviewed, and, you know, hundreds of thousands of views. I wish they wouldn't have deleted that video. I did have someone send me a copy of one of the other videos. I haven't had time to go through it and upload it, but I'm going to stick that on my YouTube channel so you can see one of my early videos. And
okay.
I was very surprised because when I went on that, it was an interview, there was only a handful of people, and the people started coming in at a furious pace. And next thing you know, I look at the video and there's 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 views. It just went viral. And I just said, you know what? I'm not going to make any videos for a while. I'm going to let this die down because I was afraid it was turning into a viral video trend. And if I would have made videos, my channel would have blown up, and then I would have been a target. The vegans and the trolls would have been hitting me hard.
Yeah.
So I held back, and then slowly came up. And I've been pretty much troll-free, which is good.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta. I mean, like, I don't really have that much trouble with trolls. I do have some here and there, but, you know, most of my trouble with trolls come from the other people's channels. Like, if I'm on Carrie Man or something like that, and people talk about me in the chats, like, I'll see the chats and I'll see, like, all the different stupid things that are said by either trolls or the bots, whatever you want to call them.
Right.
You know, but I haven't really had anybody on. I had a couple of stupid people the other day when I was on live, like when I was on, about a few people came on that were like, okay, are you, like, this makes no sense, you know? You know, but they weren't, like, horrible. Like, one guy, you know, I asked him where he was from, and he, like, answered me with, like, the F word.
Huh.
You know, like, it's, like, in a way of, like I should know where he's from. I'm like, I never seen your name before. How the heck would I know where you're from? But if I've never seen you, if this is the first time seeing you, how would I know? Like, that's the dumbest thing in the world, you know? You know, but the people are just the way they are. And I mean, I sort of, you know, like, I think what I need to do is like just stop looking at the chats of the other people's channels, you know, like whatever it is. But I like to look at them so I can answer them myself and say, you know, if somebody gives me a compliment, like, oh, thanks for the compliment, you know.
Yeah.
But
it's been a couple of years since Kerry had me on his channel. The last time I was there was for the 24-hour live. I think it was like 2 or 3 a.m.
Okay.
He's never actually done a formal interview with me. I think they were more interested in me in the beginning when I mentioned how long I had been carnivore. But once they discovered the Maggie lady, that was it. You know, Rick don't matter anymore on that channel because I'm not the longest carnivore. Even though I'm the longest male carnivore, the longest in the U.S., the tallest, and the only one that's associated with ducks, iguanas, and parking lot chicken. And when you think of heart attacks, you're thinking about Rick's diet. And I think the heart attack thing offends a lot of people because they'll say in the chat, "What? This guy must be a troll. He talks about heart attacks." They just don't get it. They don't understand that it's part of the fun. The whole carnivore lifestyle, that's an alternative lifestyle. It's the real alternative lifestyle. It doesn't involve putting a plug backwards in the socket. It basically involves doing what other people say is wrong. And everybody always said that eating a lot of fatty meat is bad for you. It's wrong. So I did it.
Yeah.
It didn't kill me. And then decades later, it's like, well, how come I feel healthier and stronger than everybody else I know? Why is my life so good? It's pain free. And they're over there telling me about all the operations, hip replacement, knee replacement, back issues, pains, arthritis, stomach issues, digestive issues. Their eyes are failing.
Yeah.
They can't hear. It's like, I got none of that.
So, Bob, similar to retired Bob, is saying that he sets his live chats to subscribers only at 10 minutes or less, which I now do too. I got that from Erin.
Yeah, that keeps the bots out.
Every single time she does a live, if you ever notice, it says like subscribers. If I think her thing says 5 minutes, but if you've been subscribed for at least 5 minutes, then
right.
Now, I mean, I guess there are loopholes to that, even the 10-minute one. I'm guessing that a person could, like, we could set that limit, but, a troller could, like, subscribe to your channel long enough to be able to say the stupidity and then unsubscribe after it's done.
Right.
So, I mean, there's still, it's like you're not totally out of the woods with that, but, yeah, I mean.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to hit these comments because we got a bunch of comments. And again, this is a family conversation, family and friends. Feral Grandma says Russ is cool, would hang out with him if he lived close. And yeah, I would too. We're in Florida, but we're far away. And then they have some other comments here. And then Terry Sue says to you, I don't like influencer term either. And I agree with that. And then Tard Nation, which is a mystery viewer here. You are the elite, and you are my special somebody favorite carnivore channel for sure. Dr. Kiltz is next. Well, that's great. See, I'm somebody's favorite. I guess I'm not all totally quacked. And then Carnivore Keith says, I watched Rick for 2 years before I said anything. See, that's incredible. Let's see, Iguana Nation from Bill Cook. Yeah, he likes that. Riblets, Booby Goaters, and Iguana Nation. That's...
Yeah, Bill says that in everywhere I see him. He always says those, at least those three things.
CB Carmack says.
I'm surprised he didn't say misfits because technically, I think every one of us here is a misfit.
Most likely.
Maybe one or two. Maybe one or two are not. But everybody I see in the chat are all misfits.
I see the same people in a lot of chats. That's good.
Yeah. I mean, the only one I'm not sure of, and Keith, you could actually correct me on that, is Carnivore Keith. I'm not sure if you're a misfit or not, but
see if he makes a comment on
it. But you can answer that. Like I said, I'm not sure.
CB Carmack says that it's best to attend Dr. Barry's Wednesday Lives to get a free question. I didn't know he had one, but that's okay. You're working today. I think Dr. Barry is still relevant. I'm sure he gets new followers often. Okay. Yeah, not overly involved with his followers. See, in my case, my business is separate from YouTube. Let's see.
So sorry. It's funny.
It's okay. And Bob says he's obsolete. You are not obsolete, Bob. And I think I was Bob's first interview. He contacted me, and, I got a lot of contacts when I did the Joey thing. A lot of people wanted to interview me. And a lot of them, many of them are gone now, but some of them still have videos. Bob's video of me is still there. Let's see. Plus, Bob's invited me for a couple of his birthdays. And his friend Dave Mack, I was his first video. I'm beginning to think I might be a legend in the carnivore space.
Yeah. I mean, Bob, if you're listening, you're far from being obsolete, believe me.
Bob, I always watch Bob's videos. Plus, I get that cool elevator music. You know, that one that
Yeah.
sounds like Dave Brubeck. That's a good one. I don't know where he got that from. Probably from some, music service or something.
Oh yeah.
And I like this. Carnivore Key says, I bet Rick could snap Dr. Baker in half like a toothpick. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Dr. Baker? You know?
Dr. Baker is a beast. You know, I laughed that time. He made a couple of comedy videos. I don't know if they're still there. He pretended to be a doctor, put on a fake mustache, and it fell off. He's trying to recommend the plant-based diet, and then he made a thing called Cooking with Fran. He dressed up like a woman and was cooking. I forget what it was. It was really funny. I was cracking up because that was about the time I did my vegan parody video with Rick's juice fasting, taking stuff from the yard, grinding it up at one of them stupid things my dad had, the Vitamix, and then the thing clogged up. It clogged the Champion juicer. I got to do more of those. There's Bob.
So Carnivore Keith asked me what I said. I asked you, Keith, if you were a misfit.
Oh, okay. He responded.
He did was I missed it. What did Thomas ask?
Oh, okay.
So I'm just re-asking the question.
Mm-hmm. It says, "What are you eating, Rick? I can hear but can't see out here in the sun. I am eating pork shoulder. I boiled some pork shoulder and I'm eating it. You know, unlike a lot of people, I don't go for like the charred meats very much. I'll do baking, boiling, frying in its own fat. I'm not a big fan of, rib roast or whatever. Pork shoulder, 69 cents a pound works for me. With a cage match, it can't get away. That's what you got to do with the iguanas and the duckies. Fresh duck. I'm getting hungry again. I'm already eating. Let's see. What is this? I have an idea for two of your YouTube channel names. Call one Terry Sue, the rich chick, and then the other one Terry Sue, the broke chick. Okay. Thanks so much for your kind words about me, Thomas. Look at that. He knows. He's like, okay. Yeah, seeing Bob's talking about how he did his subscriber. That's it. 10 minutes to troll. That's a good idea. So far, no trolls here, but I'm a quack. I think the trolls are afraid of being dinner. They might think a troll's close to an iguana. Terry Sue says, whoa, a lizard ran across my feet as I'm grounding. Not big enough to eat. That's a typical here, And Tarnation says what I always say. I despise carnivore pay to play. That's right. If you have to pay to be in a group, that's not a group I want to be in. You can keep your payola.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Since last week, you're also not the tallest carnivore anymore, Rick. My 6'9" son finally joined me. Okay, that's
cool.
Interesting. All right, 6'9".
I guess all good things have come to an end, Rick.
Yeah, right. The question is, will he be carnivore for 41 years? That's the real challenge. We'll see. Depends on how old your son is.
That is true, and even if that's the case, also too, what makes you different too is you're probably like one of the only iguana eating carnivores, at least regularly.
Well, that's true.
So you always have that on your side.
That is very true. Let's see. I keep trying to find. Okay. If you wear cheap rubber-soled shoes, you can get a cheap grounding heel strap. I have mostly leather shoes. I always like the old-fashioned leather shoes. I keep trying. I can't find that channel either. Let's see. Rick has competition with a 6'9". Okay. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that, but my friend's boyfriend is also 6 feet, I think 9 inches tall. He wears size 18 shoes, and he started the carnivore diet back in like the 2020 or the 2010, no, 2000s actually, 2005 or something like that, and been on and off. So I guess technically he's the tallest carnivore. They live up in Minnesota. So, and my friend, the gay friend's been a carnivore since 98. So he's another long-term carnivore. But there's only one Rick, and like you said, 69 chargers, iguanas, ducks, parking lot chicken. That's it. All right.
We actually had, at my old job, I mean, I didn't measure him. I never saw it because he was a young kid that's a football player. I just don't know what he played for.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know the guy's name, but his shoe in high school was a 22.
Wow.
Yeah. And I know Shaq O'Neal. I know he's like a 24.
Right.
Shoe.
Well, there's some other. Can he talk 6 hours? That's a good question. I've never heard him talk for 6 hours. He does cook. Okay. All right.
No,
I watch Mitch.
you're,
Big fan. Yes, you do.
I mean, I probably could stay on for 6 hours, but then I would be losing a lot of my free time, you know.
Oh yeah. Well,
So.
shoot, I could do a 24-hour by myself, but it's just I got stuff to do. I got work to do. I got to eat. I had to just take time out to cook and eat because otherwise, I'll be here. I haven't had any water either. A lot of people you see on YouTube, they're constantly drinking water. As long as I'm not sweating, I don't drink water. Okay, let's see here. I made a leather bracelet that says "Live Wrong." And Labyrinth says, "Has Vegan Dolls left any comments on your channel?" Not that I know of. I think the vegans avoid me. They're afraid they might become lunch. So, I tell everybody, unless you have a tail and you're vegan, you're fine. If you have a tail, yeah, you might be on the menu. I love watching Mitch.
Hey,
Yes.
Aaron, how you doing? All right, so I'm gonna have to get going, Rick.
Okay.
So
Enjoy
I'll
having
talk to you soon. I know it's a little shorter than I'm normally on with you.
That's
but,
fine.
But yeah, I got a couple things to do before I actually take my nap. But I'm
Okay.
gonna leave you on in the background, and if anybody else wants to call you, then they can call you.
That's fine.
You know.
I'm glad you're here.
So, all right.
Okay.
Like, you know, it's funny. Like, I'm trying to hang up from my computer, and I just realized you're on my phone, not my computer.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'll be able to not be so tired that I can't do a live for tomorrow morning.
Well, hopefully not.
We'll
right?
find out. If I'm a zombie, you'll know.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. Cool.
Bye.
Thanks again.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Now, let me get back over here. You can see I don't sit upright. I break all the rules. They say, you know, you have to sit up straight. I lay down. I sit sideways. I'll put my feet up in the air. I don't care. How many people sit like this when they're doing a live stream? What I hate the most are the gamer chairs. I hate those things. They're ugly, and I don't understand the point of it. If I had my way, I'd do my live while walking around. That's my dream. I can do stuff and talk to my friends. That'd be great. Oh, I kicked the microphone here. All right. Let's see. He's awesome. Hello, watch. Yeah, we do. He's got that can-do attitude. Not even a stroke can stop him from the can-do attitude. Heart attack diet is Rick living wrong, and having a cigar is Mitch living wrong. There you go. And I see Clive Bigsby. You got style, Rick. Well, thank you. I'm some kind of style. I'm not sure what. I am a quack. But you got style for making a comment like that. Mitch is the only one I pay for. Does he get all the $3.99? I wanted to ask him, but I don't want him to freak out on his money. I know YouTube takes a cut of that if it's a YouTube membership. I'm not going to do memberships on my channel. It's just not the way I am. I'd rather just sell a product that people like and get money from that. That's what I do now. And Peter's still mad at me because my heart attack diet, it's a fraud. I'm going to admit to you, it's just a scam. It's a multi-level marketing scam. I promise everybody a heart attack and I don't deliver. So, and there's no money back guarantee. So, you're on your own. And Booby Goats has returned. I guess you were out working, getting stuff done, Aaron. Whatever it is. All right. Buy me a coffees. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not sure what they get. Carnivore Keith. I like most carnivore channels, but Rick is my favorite. It's beyond just carnivore. There's a lot of good stuff here, and that's the point. When I'm with my friends, do you think I talk about the carnivore diet very often? No, not really. I don't even talk about the carnivore diet until somebody asks me about it. They pass the food. Oh, you want some cake? Nah, I don't eat cake. How about some fruit? Where'd you get it from? Store? Don't want it. And again, I'm not the carnivore ideal because if I have to eat fruit, I have nothing else to eat, I will eat fruit. But the thing is, I don't believe in eating fruit that's been transported thousands of miles. If I'm going to eat a piece of fruit, like let's say I'm at my friend's house and there's a bunch of bananas up in the banana plant. They say, you know, I got these burro bananas. We're having a barbecue. You want to cook some burro bananas? I'll go, yeah. Bring me the beef tallow or lard. Bring me a knife. I'll cut those burro bananas and we'll have them. You want an orange? I got an orange tree out there. Let's have some oranges. Loquat. No problem with that. Any edible fruit that grows locally is on the menu. Now, if I have my preference, meat only. But there's nothing wrong having some plants. And again, some people benefit from certain plant materials, especially if you grew up on it. And fermented plants, they can help a lot of people. So I think that's pretty good. Okay. All right. Let's try this here. All right. I don't think, wait a minute. I don't think it's fair that people can't join live chats if they aren't paying. They do plenty of lip service for the influencer. I agree. I really agree with that. Doing a super chat, people support the channels they follow. That's true. That is very true. I like Rick's because it's so damn long. Well, it matches Rick. I'm long too. Aaron shorts make my days. That's true. I love that. Iguana Nation. Yeah, I love my iguanas. Now, if I move out of South Florida, I may not have iguanas. I may have to start my own, like, iguana farm where I raise them. It'll be like the duck farm. I'll eat them occasionally, but I may have some pet iguanas. Who knows? Okay. You can live stream and walk around outside. Yeah, but that's only if you log in through the phone. There are ways that I can do it through my network. I'm working on that because I'm using OBS to increase the experience. The first time I did YouTube Live, I didn't use OBS, and I think it was a little bit on the boring side. I think this way's better. And I can eat lunch, too. It's between 12 and 1 when I normally eat my lunch. Yeah, it is. A lot of animal noises. Kids running all over the place. That's her real life. Okay. Everyone seems to appreciate him except for Mitch sometimes. Well, that's because Peter Papa Carnivore likes to take the spotlight from time to time, and I think some of the channels, they might find that irritating. I could care less because there is no spotlight here. The light shines equally on everybody. I just happen to be the one sitting in front of the camera. Rick, you have a mechanical timer on your water heater? No. My air conditioner produces the water. I have a little pump, and it runs through the coil coming out of the compressor. It runs all the time, whenever the air conditioner's on. Now, in the wintertime, I do have a heating element, but what I do, I flip the circuit breaker on and off. So what I do, let's say it's one out of the few days out of the year where I don't need air conditioning. I generally will turn on the circuit breaker a half an hour before I go in the shower. And then after that, I turn it off before I go in. So I'll turn it on half an hour before the shower. Before I go into the shower, I turn off the circuit breaker. And then that's how I do it. I don't use a timer. But in the old days, we had a mechanical timer. In fact, I may have the thing floating around here somewhere. Hold on a second. I'm going to get some me get another. I'm running out of meat. Let me get more meat here. Maybe I should. Well, I'll be back. Oh, okay. Ah. I have returned. Anyway, let's see. Oh boy. All right. YouTube takes 30% on super chats and memberships. That's what I thought. That's one of the reasons I haven't enabled it. I mean, YouTube already makes enough money from advertising. I'll set up something eventually where people can send me directly. I've had a few of my viewers send me things that I can use, like the webcam I'm using and some tools and, pewter parts and whatever. I've had a few things sent to me, so that's good. I haven't had any companies send me anything. My channel is just too odd for anybody to want any kind of sponsorship. So let's see. Anyone else in Texas? We need a camp out work party when Bob comes down for the winter. Teach him how to clean and cook snakes. There you go. There's nothing like fried rattlesnake. It is delicious. Okay. We're both from Philly and both Jewish. I'm about 15 years younger, though. See, I'm from Miami, and I'm not Jewish. I'm a combination of Hungarian, Spanish, French, and German. Rick, what style connections do you use for Romex going into a new panel? Just the plastic push-in things or the metal clamps? Those plastic push-in things to me are garbage. I hate them. I will never use them. They do use them in boxes. Personally, if the Romex is already there, I'll use the clamps, the strain relief clamps that you screw together. But if I'm rewiring, I ditch the Romex altogether. I'll replace everything with electrical conduit. I like to use the steel, what they call EMT tubing. If I do an electrical job, for example, I did a little efficiency apartment, an illegal efficiency for somebody. It was a formerly Cubanized one. It had a combination of Romex. It was a giant mess. So what I did when we ripped it all out, I went and I purchased a bunch of half-inch tubing, and I did it all conduit. And it was kind of nice because after I did the job, I had the customer call me back and said, you know what? I want to put, we had like a little plug-in where you could plug in the microwave. I want, a 220 connection. And I ran 3/4 inch to that spot just for that reason. So instead of having to break holes in the drywall, do all that work, I just pulled new wires. I pulled some number 8s through there, and that was it. And the other good thing, when I set the electrical boxes, I always do it with steel. So I will nail or screw to the studs, but on the outside wall, which is usually blocks here, you have furring strips, I chisel into the block. And instead of attaching it with fasteners, I get a bunch of mortar mix and push the box in there, and that makes the box impossible to pull out. I had another one of my friends that did work. He was in there trying to remove one of the electrical boxes I put in, and it turned into a jackhammer job. So I have my way of doing it. It is the old way. But I will use the metal clamps, and I forget what those things, I call them strain relief. But you can buy a bag of them at Home Depot. They're not that expensive. I usually get them from Kilowatts or the other electrical supply. Okay. Let's see. Okay. You need to be subscribed, not a paid club member. Okay. I have BNC connectors. I'll show you. I got boxes of BNC connectors, but if you don't know what a BNC connector is, it's what's used on these oscilloscope probes. They're often used for video and occasionally used for audio. So that works out pretty well. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Viewers, I say that a lot. My viewers are the elite. Nobody's going to follow me. I mean, seriously, who in the world would want to follow me? You'd have to be crazy. Running errands or loculators. Okay. Bye-bye. Catch you next time. There we go. I mean, wholesale, a couple $100 for a decent panel. But you can get much better ones for more money, but I usually get them around a couple $100. Now, for my own use, I only want copper bus bar panels, and they're harder to get. The Cutler hammer panels used to be copper bus bar, but then they started making the neutral and ground aluminum. I don't like aluminum bus bar panels. I would rather have the phosphor bronze. That seems to work really well for me. And again, with the receptacles, I always get the spring-loaded receptacles. I don't like using the cheap ones in my own place. Now, I'll use whatever in another place. If I'm doing a house, I'm not going to spend 5 times as much for one of these receptacles like I use in my own house. And in fact, when I move out of here, I'm taking all this stuff with me, all of it. I'm going to go to Home Depot and I'm going to buy the regular specification grade. I'm going to change every outlet, switch, and everything in this house because in my house, I don't use plastic plates. All the switch plates and outlet plates in my house are stainless steel. A lot of them are recycled from commercial buildings, but they're all stainless steel. And these outlets, they're only the best. These are generally the 20 amps. You can see, over there on this side, you have the slot that sticks out. That is the 20 amp. It's not the regular 15 amp. And I just like them better. There's nothing worse than having a plug that's loose. You have to keep changing it. But for me, I do a lot of replacements. And a lot of times that's what I'll do. Okay. Let's see. David Lee Roth. Never got into that music. Never did. Like I said, I was more into the 1950s and 60s, which is before I was born. Okay. Let's see. All right. Mm-hmm. And you're one of us. We're a team over here. You notice none of us really fight with each other because we're a team. If we were in the same area in a natural disaster, we would be out there fixing the problem while other people would be looting and filing each other. All right. The GE Goldmark bus bars are copper, but they're tin plated. It's interesting. As the regular GE stuff they sell at Home Depot is all aluminum. And again, I don't like aluminum. Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't use aluminum because if I get a chance to build my shop, I got to have a massive generator as a backup, 25K or more. That copper wire is really expensive. So if I build my own house and I build it my way, which is no wood in the structure, I like using wood for decorations. Like instead of this cheap plywood, I'll have the real tongue and groove. I have a tongue and groove router set. I'll go out in the woods. I'll get some pine, cypress, mahogany, whatever else I can get. I'll cut them into boards with a bandsaw, run them through a planer, turn it into a beaded board, which you can't even really buy anymore. And then I'll just put, the wood paneling. Most of my house is going to be bookshelves because I have thousands of books, a lot of old ones, which is ironic for somebody who doesn't read books. They make a good acoustical treatment. And of course, ceiling tile on some of my walls where I have my, studio or wherever I have to work with loud noises. And it'd be very simple. Now, in terms of electrical, again, I like to use the good stuff. I'll use aluminum if I have to. Aluminum wire itself is not necessarily bad, but in a place where you have a lot of humidity and salt air, it does tend to fail. So I would use the aluminum wire maybe inside the house, maybe for low current applications. And then, of course, for the higher current applications, you use the aluminum wire. But what you do, you put it's like an aluminum solder. It's like CAD weld that they use on copper. And then when you screw down the terminals, you have to make sure that they're torqued. I also like to use an anti-corrosion agent. At the very least, I use dielectric grease to make the connections tight. There are ways to make aluminum safe. But again, as an engineer and as a hands-on person myself, I don't fear any of that. And again, the way I build is totally different than anybody else. I will make everything reinforced concrete, flat roof, concrete walls in and out. But the doors will be wood. Cabinet doors are wood. I like building my cabinets out of steel frame with wooden doors. And even my front door that I made here is a steel door, but it has a wooden insert panel to give it that 60s look. I do like the modern architecture of the 60s. I hate the black, white, and gray cheap version that they have now. All right, now CV Carmex says, I think a lot of people would want to follow you, Rick. Like I always say, you're a hidden golden nugget of knowledge. And I'm not sure how I'm always been hidden. I guess it's because a lot of people just haven't discovered me yet. My phone shut down. Had to plug it in. Hope I didn't miss anything. Nah, it's the same old stuff. I'm a guitar player. Love me some EVH. Another person I need to check out. All right. Oh, something fell down. Okay, so let's go ahead and let me just double check something here. Okay. Why is my scene? All right. Let's see. Okay. Huh. Well, it looks like Sean Baker is still doing his exercises. Let's see here. Okay. Not bad for a guy that's almost 60. Yep. Got to respect that. Anyway. Okay. Now you can see, you look at my channel, some of the other things I've been on. There's some old ones in there too. All right. There we go. Gee, I wonder who that is. There's on Adam's channel. Okay. I've been on a lot of channels. Heart attack diet. Now, how many people would you see that look like that with that background? Look at the duck over there. I mean, come on. If people don't know who I am, what is 40 years old? Okay. They're out there. I tell everybody, look for the 40-year carnivore. This is probably one of the most popular ones. 323,000 views. Yep. So I've been there for a while. Yep. I get a laugh. Sometimes I'll watch. Now, this picture looked like I was sick or something, but there's Dave's first interview. Remember him? Carnivore. And there's the old picture of me when I started. There I am. It's been almost 3 years on some of these videos. So if people don't know who I am, it's not like I didn't put myself out there. So that's kind of, okay. Here we go. All right, let's see. I'm in Florida, and my lines to my box are 2.0 aluminum. But then going with a 200 amp panel, that's, well, probably what it is. If there were 2.0 aluminum, that must be an old house. And it was set up for a 100 amp system. It's like what I got here. I got 2.0 aluminum going in. But this is only a 100 amp panel. Yeah. Well, the problem is, if you get a permit and you upgrade your panel, the power company is going to have to come and change your drop line. But if the lines are not changeable, that doesn't make sense. That's exceeded the load, and you're going to have problems in the future. Tarnation says, Rick is only hidden when he's in the bushes, ready to pounce on someone's Kobe duck eggs. Right? Aaron's getting around in the interviews also. And see, that's the beauty of the carnivore community. There's, we're all kind of interviewing each other. This is what they call chewing the fat. You ever wonder where that expression came from? I'm chewing the fat. With pork, the fat is actually the best part. That's where the flavor is. I've had people watch me and get disgusted. They say, how can you eat that? All that fat? It's just the way that I am. Here's some pork skin that's boiled. Pork skin is much better when you roast it. It's crunchy, crispy, and flavorful. All right, well, that's looking good. Now, how many people do we have in the chat? I'm curious. Let's see. Um, hmm. All right. We have 26. So we've gone down. Let me just pop over here. 26. Yeah. It's already 1:05. The time just seems to get away over here. So anyway, you probably don't appreciate me eating on camera. But I've made an effort to be as public as practically possible to show everybody what a real carnivore diet is like. Oh, it's really good. And the thing is, what I'm eating here is basically unseasoned pork shoulder. All right, here it is. It's basically cooked in water, no salt, nothing. And I like it that way. You'll also notice when I eat, what do you not see? When I'm eating meat, you don't see a knife and fork. And notice my hands are all greasy. I'm trying not to get it on myself. When I really get into eating, and you probably don't want to picture this, a lot of times I'll be in just underwear without a shirt. And that way, when all that fat and meat juices get on me, it's easy to wash off. My skin is constantly exposed to meat, raw and cooked. And I think that's one of the reasons why, despite the fact that I work with my hands, they don't look that bad. I don't have cracked hands. My skin, I worked in the outdoors the last couple of days. I didn't get sunburned. I spent my day in the sun working on this miserable fence. And I'm still fine. I don't feel bad at all. Okay. Very nice. Okay. Let's see here. Where did my mouse go? That's interesting. Oh, okay. I was having trouble with the mouse before, but that's because the cable that goes to the USB was screwed up, but I fixed that. So let me go over here to the chat. Where did my chat go? I need to get these shortcuts to work. But again, when I get some time, if I ever get the time, I'll automate this OBS and everything will go much smoother. Right now, I'm just doing it through screen capture. Okay. It is a phenomenon, yes. Slow roasted pork is my favorite, but I need salt. I don't know how you guys eat meat without seasoning. It's just too bland to me. I guess when you've been eating meat as long as I have, but it doesn't bother. That looks gray and gross, but I envy you being able to eat it. This is basically what meat looks like, you know. If you were like when you eat raw meat, and I've eaten raw meat more than once, and, you know, doesn't pork fat render down at water boiling point? No. It's got to be a little hotter than that. I mean, some fat does go into the water, and what I do with the remaining water, I pour it through a strainer, I put it in the refrigerator, and I let the lard go to the top, and I add that to my lard stock. That meat doesn't seem tender enough. The thing is that I prefer tougher meats. I like chewing on meat. It's like I see people chewing gum all the time. If you see me chewing and you think it's chewing gum, it's basically meat. Because a lot of times when I'm working, I'll put the meat in and just start chewing it. There's a lot of tendons in the meat that I eat. Gives your mouth a good workout. And you can see, I cooked it for less than half an hour. I could cook it longer, but I like it this way. And I've been eating like this for decades. That's true. You can do that. Mm-hmm. But I've never had a problem with digestion or anything when I eat meat. It always works good for me. Let me show you something. Hmm.
Do you eat nothing but meat for a week, a month, a year, forever? As a food and nutrition scientist and a foodie, the carnivore diet, which is essentially meat and nothing else, sounds strict, joyless, and unbalanced to me. But there is actual research data that says people feel better on these kinds of diets. And if you ask people doing these diets, that's what a lot of them will say. So what explains this? So it could be that going on a strict diet gives you a sense of community, which obviously feels nice. It can also help reduce the burden of decision making. You make more than 300 decisions about food in any given day. Biologically, strict diets can make people feel better because they're essentially the first step in an elimination diet where we cut out all of the things that we might be reacting to. But normally, the next step is to reintroduce foods to find the culprit and avoid missing out on the benefits of all the other foods. It's also easier to avoid overeating when you're just eating one thing. Essentially, you get bored. So that can help you lose weight, which can make people feel better. That's partly biology and it's partly the weight of society's expectations. Ultimately, eating is tricky. We aren't eating just for today. These diets might make you feel better in the short term, but we can't always feel the long-term consequences like blocked arteries or weak bones. So for these diets, the official advice remains the same. It's boring, but it's true. Everything in you eat nothing but meat.
Okay. Isn't that interesting? So, blocked arteries, weak bones. Yep, I have weak bones. I crashed into a coconut tree riding my bike, and I broke every bone in my body. Yeah, right. Now, I stood up and got mad, and that was about it. Now, if you watch how Dr. Baker eats, compare Dr. Baker's eating technique to my eating technique. This is a civilized man, and this is a caveman. Now, where did the caveman go? This is a caveman. I love being a caveman. There is something interesting, though, I noticed. Have you seen Dr. Baker's hairstyle? It looks kind of similar, doesn't it? Also notice Dr. Baker doesn't have any tattoos, and he tends to look like a relatively conservative person. But he's a civilized man. I'm a caveman. You will never see me using a knife and fork, and you'll never see me putting salt on meat. Ever. If I do salt meat, it's going to be heart attack chicken or iguana. And the salt goes on when the meat comes out of the pot. And then after that, that's it. Okay. Problem is, I end up with fat dripped on my shirt, which means I'm going to have to wash this separately because I look more like a Mormon missionary than I do a carnivore. All right. Back to the comments. Okay. What do we got here? There you go. Pork I like fried. I like chicken in a pressure cooker. Pork I like fried. Beef is good any way you cook it, even if you don't. That's true. When I fry pork, it gets too tough. I like it chewy, but I don't like it fibrous. I have fried pork before. I like to fry pork fat. That's where the good stuff is at. You take the skin, the fat of the pork, and you fry that. Oh, that's good. It's also a main ingredient in Rick's Heart Attack burger buns. And Terry Sue says, chicken in the pressure cooker is always good. I prefer it deep fried. I've been on pork lately. It's cheap. Hey, as long as my wheel doesn't come off, I can avoid them. Remember the comic on newspaper? Yeah. Poor Dr. Baker. So weak and frail. Yeah. It's a shame, isn't it? I've seen pictures of him picking up other people. That is too funny. Yep. When it comes to the weak and frail carnivores, well, I'm the weak and frail carnivore. I'm like an imitation vegan. While I'm talking to you, I knocked out 2.5 pounds of pork shoulder, which I'm almost done. This is all that's left. I tell you one thing I could challenge. I couldn't challenge Dr. Baker to anything. I couldn't challenge him to lift weight. I couldn't challenge him to arm wrestling, But there is one thing I could challenge Dr. Baker to, and I bet I'd win. A ribeye steak eating contest. I could beat anybody at a steak eating contest. I don't care how big you are, how strong you are. When it comes to eating, and you can ask my buddy Russ Mitchell, when you let Rick loose, and there's plenty of meat around, ain't going to be none left. Real nice. Okay. Here we go. Do you have a video making heart attack chicken? I have several videos showing heart attack chicken. I've had videos where I eat it. I definitely do. Check out my channel. Yeah. I do the same thing with the pork. When I boil the pork, sometimes I'll take the skin off and then I'll fry it. I generally fry pork in lard, but I have fried it in beef tallow as well. As long as you're using animal fats to fry, it's going to taste delicious. Even if it's duck food, it still tastes delicious. Okay. There you go. Good idea. I do quick stir fry mostly. 2, 8 minutes done. There you go. A little Asian inspired cooking. Sorry if you have to listen to my chewing. Okay. Sean has a video eating 6 pounds of, really, 6 pounds of steak. That's my absolute limit. I could eat 4 pounds of steak and still feel okay. 6 pounds, I'm not going to eat for the rest of the day. If I have 6 pounds of steak, I won't eat anything until probably next day for lunch. Now, even though my friends think of me as a big eater, I tell them I eat for enjoyment. I don't eat for challenges. If I can eat as much as I want, but eventually I can no longer swallow. That's true. Well, that's pretty much done. Now, I haven't really had any water today. I may have a little bit. I'm a very strange person because everybody I know is constantly asking me if I want water when I'm working. And I tell them, as long as I'm not sweating, I don't need any water. But if I'm working outside and sweating up a storm, then I do need water. And that's very important. But on the good side, a piece here, I do have some cold water handy. Slippery hands, full of lard. That's it. Okay. Excellent. Well, I got my lunch in. That's a good thing. So at least I got something done. And I'm happy about that. Okay. Let's see. I don't know, Rick. Do you think you could challenge Dr. Greger to not aging? I wish I could meet Dr. Greger. I'll tell you what I would do. I wouldn't challenge Dr. Baker to any kind of physical challenge because I know I'd lose. But I would challenge Dr. Greger to sprinting, arm wrestling, and even putting together puzzles. Dump a bunch of puzzle pieces on the table and see who can put it together faster. I have a feeling I'd win every competition. I would love to arm wrestle Dr. Greger. That would be too funny. It really would be. I have a feeling he'd end up either breaking his arm or flipping him over the table. But those popular vegans never, ever collaborate with the people that watch their videos. They think that they're beyond that. They think that they are the experts. I mean, anyone that would call their YouTube channel nutritionfacts.org, come on. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's good. Okay. I watch food challenges. I used to watch that show. Chewing is gross but better than dead air. Angus Young. I'm not sure who that is, but my heart attack burger is 2 pounds of meat. Red meat and French fries. Your chewing is superb ASMR. All right. Let's see. Let me go back here. All right. Chew away, Rick. It doesn't bother us at all. Well, that's good. Anyway. That's fantastic. So, what is it, 2 o'clock? Let's see. Yeah, it's about 1:24. Looks like the comments are still coming in. I liked Eddie. Great guitar player. Van Halen. Yeah, a lot of people like that group. I didn't really care for them, but sober anyway. Oh, boy. I don't know what it is about alcoholics. I never saw the appeal of drinking alcohol. It tastes like a solvent. There's nothing to it. You probably know there is only one liquid that I drink. And this ain't vodka. This is dihydrogen monoxide. Sounds dangerous, doesn't it? It's water, H2O. Very nice. And ice. Rick's favorite crunchy snack. You know what people used to say? My mom said all the time, if you chew ice, your teeth are going to break. So I started chewing ice. And guess what? They never broke. You imagine that? Teeth never broke. They're crooked. This one's broken from a fight I had back in junior high. But other than that, they're fine. Okay. Let's see. ECDC wasn't here? I don't know. Angus is still kicking. There you go. Pork rinds, Rick. Hey, I like pork rinds when I have them. They're just a little too expensive for my taste. So unless I have enough pork skins, I won't have any. Okay. Well, now, what I wanted to talk about before we go is the latest diet trend. I bet everybody knows what the latest and greatest diet trend is. You can tell me if you like. Who wants to volunteer and tell me what the latest, greatest diet trend is? A few years ago it was keto, then carnivore. So what's the opposite of the carnivore diet? It's fun, but it really does kill you. I don't know what's so fun about alcohol. That's just crazy. A lot of people do it. I know a lot of younger people now don't drink as much. My friends that are in their 20s and 30s, they don't drink alcohol like the people used to. They tend to be more into cannabis and other things like that. But I'm glad that the younger people are drinking less. I think drinking alcohol is a waste of time. Alcohol is toxic. They used to try to convince us that wine was healthy. Okay, yeah. Great barter. And there it is, Carnivore Keith, sugar diet. And Bill Cook says, sugar. Diet trend, Ozempic. Well, that's true. But yes, it is the sugar diet. And what is the sugar diet? Eat sugar. That doesn't sound like a good diet, does it? So let's go over to YouTube. When you type in sugar, it automatically comes up with sugar diet and sugar fasting. This guy makes a lot of videos recovering from the sugar diet. Okay, so people are trying it and they're finding it is not good. The Mark Bell, that's the guy that started pushing it. I think for a while he was carnivore diet. That's interesting. Sugar only diet. Okay. And you got Freely the banana girl, that wacky gal. You probably know who was pushing the sugar diet a long time ago. He rides a bicycle. Okay. Let's hit our comments again. All right. Right? Ronald Reagan, jelly bean diet. Mm-hmm. It came from that goofy guy, Cole Robinson. That's where it came from. And then everybody's kind of jumped on it. You got the Mark Bell, whatever it is. My concern is if ice make the fat inside the body clump up. I feel clumps when I run my hand over my arm. I don't see how it could. Unless you pack yourself in ice. Eating ice isn't enough to cool your body temperature down. In fact, all it does is ramp up your metabolism. Sugar Bag Company. Okay. Rapidly aging man. What a weird looking video. I see Lauer did something on it. Sugar diet. This is the guy that started this crap. He's always yelling, you know. See, 11 months ago, he's the one that started it.
Through the day, and then at night you have a main meal. It's a low-fat diet. Through the day, zero fat, just sugar, no protein, just sugar. Okay, this is my cutting protocol. Once you're lean, you can play. It's just a low-fat diet. Once you're lean, do whatever you want. Just stick to the low-fat diet. Fat's making you fat, you idiot. So I'll get up in the morning and I'll start the day off with a glass of super snake juice, which is snake juice electrolyte salts as normal. Okay, they're gonna use the packets. Okay, it's the same packets. You're just adding sugar to the water. Table sugar, that's it. It's just sugar. You're not gonna die, fatty. You're gonna cut weight like crazy. This will pump some serious electrolytes into my cells right in the morning. Okay, that sugar will drive the salt into your cells. Okay, your body will hold on to that electrolyte. So I'll get up, have a glass of super snake juice. Carry on. Okay, then maybe an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours later, I'll have another shot of sugar.
Okay. What happened? Well, we had a little computer glitch, I think. Oh, well. Anyway, I don't know how old this guy is. Why do I see the light flashing on my phone? That's weird. Oh, well. Somebody push the doorbell. Hello? Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm just working on something in my room. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to deal with the customer here, too. I was talking to a customer. Okay. Oh boy. Let's see. Interesting. That intercom line hasn't worked in years. I don't know how that started working. That's my neighbor down the street. That's our private intercom. I haven't seen that light come on in a long time. Anyway. Okay, let's see the comments here. Jurian Ryder, yes. That's the one I was talking about. The other one who rode bicycles. Freely the Banana Girl. Did my sound card just quit? Oh no, now what's wrong? I find no harm with it. I've been drinking ice water for a very long time. Your sound is off, Rick. Really? Oh boy. Okay. So much BS lies just to get viewers to make money. Yes, viewers are naturally curious about anything. It's crazy. Small channels are best. That's why you're here. Can't hear you. Sound glitch is all. I thought it was my end that time. Now I can hear. That's weird. Everything just freaked out. We had a little power glitch here. Headed back out. Well, glad you were here. Sounds fine. It's on now. That's good. And I hear. Okay. All right. Now. Yep. See something here. Okay. Anyway, let me go back over here. This guy, as you know, he's the one that calls it sugar diet. But the other person that people mentioned is the vegan version of Rick. Let's see. Okay. Anyway, let's see. All right. I'm not quite sure what the heck that is. 51 years old. Okay. Somebody else. All right. I don't know. Looks kind of skinny to me. Not very healthy either. He sure has aged since the last time I saw him. I hate to say it, but I can outrun this guy easily. That's kind of scary. I don't run for long distances. If you see me running, there's usually a duck, iguana, or chicken running in front of me. And the best thing about my running is it's not going to be a straight run. It's all zigzag. It's a matter of going wherever. How old is this guy now? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. So he's trying to show off how skinny he is. I guess that's his girlfriend. Looks like another skinny one. I think they cycle through different girlfriends. It is quite interesting. What is this? A vegan diet on $3 a day. Dude, I can do a vegan diet for $0 a day. I'll just go out in my yard and start eating grass and leaves and whatever. Vegan is the cheapest diet. Am I too lean? Your face looks old. But yeah, that's the original sugar diet guy. And if you've ever seen fruitarians, they have so much fruit and they're all skinny. It's kind of funny. Bicycle. Okay. Carver. There's my lizard again. Lizard always comes here during the Carnivore live stream. I guess Lizard wants to be dinner. All right. Anyway, so this guy basically just takes his shirt off and shows everybody that he's lean. And he's eating duck food. Whack. Let's see.
This is what we're really going for. This is what's going to power you, okay? This is what's going to power you. The rice, you have as much as you want.
Whack, whack, whack.
Bowl up the bowl, right? You want sweet, you have sugar. You want savory, ketchup, soy sauce, okay?
Whack,
Low fat, it's vegan, it's cheap,
whack.
digest good. The Great Wall of China do on rice and sugar, okay? Every smart kid at Harvard University, you get the top scores, rice cooking noodles, okay? The fat you eat is the fat you wear. The fat you don't eat is the fat you don't wear, okay? Bananas, okay? Nice one. Just getting, not too, just getting there. Perfect. 30bananasaday.com.
Ugh.
Sugar over here, okay? Boom. Boom. Okay. Flip it over. Okay. And this is the end of the day, guys. End of the day. End of the day. I don't have a washing machine. I can wash my clothes and my pads, bro. Okay? So we can see how lean we are here. Dirty mirror. Clean food. Boom, let's go over here. Zoom it out. Rice for dinner, and we're going to have as much as we want. We're going to load this bad boy. We've got some frozen
Yuck.
veggies in the microwave there. We've got the spinach or good micronutrients. This is what we're really going for. This is what's going to power you, okay? This is what's going to power you. The rice, you have as much as you want. You just bowl up the bowl, right? You want sweet, you have sugar. You want savory, ketchup, soy sauce, okay? It's low fat, it's vegan, it's cheap, digest good. The Great Wall of China do on rice and sugar, okay? Every smart kid at Harvard University, you get the top scores, rice cooking noodles, okay? The fat you eat is the fat you wear. The fat you don't eat is the fat you don't wear, okay?
Ugh.
Bananas, okay? Nice one. Just getting, not too, just getting there. Perfect. 30bananasaday.com. Sugar over here, okay? Boom. Boom. Again. Zoom it over. And this is the end of the day, guys. End of the day. End of the day. I don't have a washing machine. I can wash my clothes.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, I guess there's a lot of crackpots out there, and there's a few quacks out there. Now, the point that I wanted to make in an upcoming video, once I can get the video together, is that there are many ways to be lean. Now, what I want to do, I need to look up this guy's age. I don't know if he's reached 50 yet. I don't know if anyone is familiar with durian rider. And by the way, I've had durian fruit. It is the most disgusting, nasty. It's not even, ducks won't even eat it, you know? Yes. Okay. He is doing PEDs. Of course he is. I heard that he was on steroids and stuff. And the funny thing is, if somebody like me was on steroids, I would look like Dr. Sean Baker. I wouldn't look like that. You know, I'm sure you take enough Tren or whatever else they're doing, they can make themselves look lean. I just don't understand why anybody would fall for that. But if you look at someone's face, my basic idea has been this. You can tell a lot about the age of a person by the structure of their face. If they're eating a lot of sugar, it's going to age your face very quickly and your skin is going to be more damaged. I can't imagine how anyone could long-term eat a bunch of sugar. I mean, white rice is basically all carbohydrates. It's starch, breaks down into glucose. Now again, glucose is not the worst of the sugars, it's a fructose. But then the fructose doesn't raise your blood glucose. So you could be full of fructose and they go and they check your blood sugar and it seems normal. But I just don't see it. Every time that I've tried to eat a higher fruit diet, I got really sick. And eating a lot of carbohydrates means that when I catch a cold, I get a terrible sore throat. And I just feel really, really bad. When I catch a cold on the carnivore diet, which I've had this week, I don't feel that bad. I feel relatively good. Not too bad at all. So anyway, this is basically what I wanted to speak about. And again, this whole sugar diet nonsense is just crazy. I think it will quickly fade out. I think it may be a few months and then it'll disappear. But that, I don't know. And I really don't think, I mean, having visible abs is not everything. Okay. Why is this not working? Oh, here we go. Oh, and it looks like our friend actually has put up a video, which he usually does on Saturday. Go back over here. And you can see the idiot guy with the snake diet, he's over there blabbing away about his sugar diet. And here's our friend Mitch over there. It looks like he's cooking something. So when you get off of me, you can check out his video, see what he's cooking up in the kitchen for your favorite 78-year-old carnivore versus your least favorite 56-year-old carnivore. All right. Let's see. Okay. Where's my chat? Here it is. Yuck is right, double yuck. I got that right. Having abs is something most people don't have. Getting most people to want something few have is Grifter 101. That's a very good point. The thing is, I don't even see what is the big deal about having abs. I don't have visible abs. I just have a flat stomach. The only thing you'll see in me is like in the middle a little bit, but I have a good amount of body fat. And I believe that when you're lean, having extra body fat has a real big advantage. And you know what that advantage is? You don't look as old. Everybody I know, all you got to do, look at a serious professional bodybuilder. They go through a lot to have reduced body fat because the thing about bodybuilding, it's kind of a paradox. You want to have the maximum amount of muscle mass with the minimum amount of fat. So you have to starve yourself. You basically have to bulk up, then starve yourself, and then use diuretics to try to get as much thinness to your skin as possible so you can see every muscle. But take a look at any 40-year-old, 40-something bodybuilder. They all look old. Even bodybuilders in their 20s can look like their 40s because of the extremes they put themselves through with that low body fat. I believe that the healthy range for body fat is somewhere between 12% and 14%. That's what I believe. You might say, oh, that's a dad bod. No, I don't believe that. I think that having a healthy amount of body fat is good because then all you have to do if you don't eat 100% perfectly, you have that extra fat reserve that you can rely on. Let's say that you're one of those people that loves fruit. You eat a bunch of fruit, you put on a little extra into that body fat. It keeps your blood sugar stable. I believe that having a little extra body fat is a good thing. Now, when your stomach sticks out more than your chest and you can't see your feet or you can't see your what when you got to use the bathroom, then you got a big problem. But there's no advantage to having visible abs. And in fact, if you have your body fat that low and you go through a famine, guess what? You're not going to survive. That's why most people today tend to not have abs, because the ones that naturally had abs, they didn't survive the bad times. Probably a good thing. But just think, Rick, if you had those abs, you'd have all the women and money and success in Ferraris you could dream of. Just sign up for my course and I'll show you how. Oh, there's so many of those on YouTube. It's so funny. I even subscribe to some of those channels. I like to laugh at them. But it's not funny is that people actually believe them and they send them their money and then they get scammed. But you know what? I think some people just deserve to be scammed. Fruit is sugar. Well, fruit is a combination of fiber and sugar. And fruit sugars are both fructose and glucose. But yeah, fruit is mostly sugar. Now, there are some fruits, such as plantains and burro bananas, that have almost no regular sugar. There's no sucrose, but they're mostly glucose, which is a form of sugar. But there's fiber in there too. But I'll tell you one thing. If I was going to eat sugar, you won't catch me eating processed sugar. I'd eat fruit. I tend to like sour fruits anyway. Okay, what else we got here? Visible abs are lame. Flat stomach is attractive to. Yes. Flat stomach is my preference. I think that's what everyone should go for. There's a waist to height ratio. If you can meet the waist to height ratio, you're good. You don't have to have six-pack abs because it's genetics. The people that are the most successful are the ones that store fat around their midsection. Because if you're a hunter or survivor, having fat in the upper body is a disadvantage. Having fat in the lower body is a disadvantage. It slows you down. But having the fat around your midsection, especially around the waist, is the best place to carry it if you're going to carry it. There's also the fat in your skin, your subcutaneous fat that's supposed to be very healthy, as long as you don't have the visceral fat. And sadly, I know people that have had visible abs, and they ended up with a heart attack because of all of the visceral fat that they have. I seem to have gotten meat particles all over my clothes, which means I'm going to have to wash them, which is time to wash. Anyway, yeah, I'm back. Of course, Rick is still going. Yes, but Rick needs to get going to work. I'd rather eat an orange than broccoli. I agree. So would I. Broccoli's not even a real food. Yep, I left. He's still here. Remember, I only go once a week. I'm not like people that go every day. So you can get your live stream every day, a little bit at a time, or get it all once a week. Mitch's vid was boring for me. Good for his newer viewers, though. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. I bore everybody anyway. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a bodybuilder. Yes. Doesn't look the same anymore. Just comes with age. Anyway, it is almost 2 o'clock. I hate broccoli as well. Ugh, awful. I'm sitting here chewing the fat. Whatever's left over, I'll give it to the cat to play with. And anything the cat doesn't eat, take it to the canal and feed the ducks. I'll better park Carnivore. when you pick one is very soft, which are usually the sweetest ones. Break them over there and see the fruit worms crawling. Yeah. You know, most of the natural fruits that have bugs in them, the ducks prefer the fruits with insects. So if you get a papaya and it has those wasp larvae in there, take it over to the ducks, throw it on the ground. The ducks will look at the papaya like, eh. But then when they see one of the worms coming out, then they go into excitement mode. And they run over there and they start pecking on it with their duck bills. They rip that papaya open. They spread it all over the place, eat every bug you can imagine, and then eat some of the fruit that's left over, which is good. Okay. Anyway, let's see here. Yep. Where's my comments? What is this? There we go. Oh, yeah. Give it to the chickens and the ducks. They love that stuff. That's right. Well, anyway, we've had some pretty good attendance. Let me go ahead and check and see how many people we have. Probably going to end this pretty soon. Once we get under 30, it's like a countdown here. Let's see. All right. Okay. Okay. I got a mosquito buzzing around in here. We have 30 people watching. I'm actually surprised we have that many. I figured I would have bored everybody out of their mind by now. But, again, this is where the elite carnivores hang out. You don't have to join. You just drop in, participate. We have really good comments here. Okay. You ate a banana, you didn't like it. Yeah, right. I don't like ripe bananas. I only like bananas when they're green and deep fried in beef tallow. Otherwise, ain't eating no bananas. Okay. Yeah, probably have. Some people do like to eat bugs. What did they used to say? You will eat the bugs and be happy. That kind of thing. Klaus, the villain. We have to protect the environment. Kind of reminds me when I used to say Henry Kissinger on TV. You talk low like this, you know. Always a James Bond villain had that accent. Pork skins are actually quite tasty. It's good. Right? You can come and go as you like. That's the beauty of this channel. See, a lot of times somebody's having a live and they have it at a time that I can't see it. Maybe I'm working, can't participate. With mine, you can just turn it on and listen. You get a pretty good idea what's going on. And you get your technical difficulties and you get the little things that happen here and there. And that's good. But eventually, you know, it comes to an end. So anyway, finishing the last little scraps of my lunch here. I've had people ask on different channels what they eat, what their routine is like. I tell people on my channel, Just watch my videos, and you'll see some of the things that I do, some of the things I eat. This is all that's left. A few little scraps, and that's going to go to Milton. And speaking of Milton, it's not the same show without Mr. Milton. So let me go ahead and grab little Milton so he can say hi to you. And there is the little Milton. Look at that. Look at that cute little Milton. He's a little sweet. I love you so much. Look at that cute little kitten. You've been wanting to come in here the whole time, haven't you? Look how cute little Milton is. Gizzy, gizzy, gizzy. Cute little kitten. You're a sweetheart. You know that? You're a very sweet cat. I like you. Okay. You want to take a look at the camera? Come on. You're a good cat. You are my little friend. Yes, you are. Now you can see that Milton is alive and well and content. You a good cat? Kiss, kiss. You're very sweet. Okay. So we have the flea bag over here. I don't see any fleas yet. I put some diatomaceous earth on you. Hopefully the fleas have calmed down. I need to put more beef tallow on you. Sometimes I use that to get rid of the fleas on the cat. I put a bunch of beef tallow all over my cat. It looks like he's been through a grease pit, but it seems to kill off all the fleas. Yeah, right? I got cat hair all over my face, so they get you a little itchy. You were sleeping, weren't you, you sweet little thing? Yes, you were. Cute little cat. Yeah. Seems to be pretty content. All right, so let's see. How is our... Okay. Comments seem to have slowed down. That's good. Let me see what we got here. Up. Come on. I don't eat bananas, but the skin soaked in water is fantastic for orchids and coffee plants. Yeah. Why? Because of the potassium nitrates that are in it. I just got the light off. Who's live next? I think that Aaron Vooby Goats usually has a live after me. Let me check out Lori singing too. Yeah, there you go. I like Carnivore. I like that. I do too. Bring on the little black flea nest. Ha! Milton, hi, meow. You want to meow? Up, you got fleas? Are you scratching the fleas? Why don't you say something? Look, here's a microphone. You want to say something, huh? There you go. Talk to the mic. Say meow. Ow, watch your claws. You've been sleeping, I'll tell you. You were so lively this morning, and now you're so calm. Okay. All good carnivores have a cat or two or three. Cats have a tendency to multiply, don't they? Cute little thing. Gizzy, gizzy, gizzy. Yeah. Your eyes are closed. You're like, why is he bothering me? You want to go back and rest? What a nice cat. I'm going to have to take you over to the camera. They can see you. Come on. Let me show you the little Milton. Okay. I wouldn't go over there. Oh, there you are. Sitting there nicely. He's not messing with the settings right now. That's amazing because usually he's the one that's going to turn it off. Okay, let's see. On her channel, she has two. One, her thought, other last name it shows. Okay. All right. So let's see how many people we have now. We have, it says 30 watching. Hold on. Let me refresh this. We are down to 23. So we've had a few that left. I guess we've kind of wore out our welcome here. So I guess we're going to have to end this sooner than later. Let me hit the comments one more time, see what we have here. And we'll find some kind of music to play to go out. And then that'll be that. It's time for me to call the people that are probably wondering where the heck I am, why I haven't called them. Let's see. Here we go. No, Milton, don't mess with that. That is not for cats to play with. Remember what happened earlier when you got a hold of the mixer? Come on. Now he's starting to wake up. He's going to be rambunctious. Okay. He's a cutie. Oh, he is a cutie, let me tell you. I don't think I've ever seen him this tame. But then again, he has been sleeping. Yep. He's climbing on the back of the computer. All right. He is a cutie, yes. There we go. Take it easy. I'm going to go to the pool. Have a good day. Let me see if I can find some music here to give you a chance to say whatever before you leave. And that should be it. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, interesting. No. Milton, what are you doing? Why do you always have to mess with that? You crazy cat. My goodness. Stop messing with the computer. Oh, boy. This crazy cat. All right. Let me see. Before he knocks me offline, which I'm sure he'll do very soon. Here we go. Get some music to let you go out with. I have a request. I'll play this, and that will be it. So let's see. Lamb says, see ya. That's great. Let me hit this over here. And let me get back to that one. Okay, there we go. And we click this. And we click this. And there we go. And Milton has jumped off. I see how he found the food there. So let's see. See you all. My stuff is on streaming platforms. Get back to chores. Rick, Milton, and Quackers. Bye for now. Have a great weekend. You too. Was fun and interesting. Thanks, Rick. Rick, don't forget to check out the download. Yeah, I will if I get a chance. This sounds like a chase scene through the woods to Grandma's house. And speaking of that, let me see if I can honor that request for you. This is the radio, so I think we can make that happen. Let's see if I can get back over here to the list, and I will make this happen. Where is it? It is right here. That's a little bit too modern. I want something, well, okay. That's interesting. No. Okay, back here. Whoops. What the heck happened there? All right. That's 12 minutes. That's too long. Oh, look at this one. Non-monetizing. Let's see. Interesting. I guess they don't have too many selections. Oh well. Just this one. Just way too long. Play a piece of it, I guess. Where's the good part? Right here. There we go. Okay. That's the good part. Thank you for being here, and goodbye, and see you next Saturday morning at 8. And hopefully we won't have as many technical issues, and Milton will be flea-free, and he'll be here with me. Over and out.